Okay, so uh, very good morning, all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's create one folder, then we will proceed ahead. Okay, so in this session, we are going to start React JS. Okay, so in order to start React JS, you have to be familiar with the Node JS and the NPM thing. Okay, you don't need to implement the Express framework if you are working with the React JS tool. Okay, so let's create a text file and let's have a look at what actually a React JS is. So are you guys having any idea that what actually a React JS is?
No.
Only I.
It is a framework like Express.
Yes, we can consider it a kind of framework. Okay, so basically, you guys may be having idea that React will be used at what side? At front end or at back end?
Back.
Yes. So React.js will be used at the front end. Okay, so basically, React.js is a library using which we are able to develop the front end of any application. Okay, so basically, React.js is a library using which we can develop, or let's say we can build the UI, or let's say front end of any web application. Okay, so this React.js has nothing to do with the backend. Okay, if we want to create a backend or let's say server of any application, then in that case you need Express. So that's the difference between Express and React. So Express is a library or a framework to develop the server or to develop the backend. So Express is for the server side and this React is for the client side. Okay, so if we want to simplify your front end development, then we are going to use this React JS library. Okay, so why we need this React JS? Is it necessary that if we want to create a front end of any application, then definitely we have to use React JS? Is it like that?
No,
Is it compulsory to use React JS?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
So what is an usual approach in order to develop a front end? Without React JS, what we can do for a front end?
HTML, CSS, JavaScript.
HTML,
CSS, JavaScript.
Yep, exactly. So before React JS, what is an usual approach to develop any application is we can use HTML, we can use CSS, and we can use JavaScript. Okay, and we have to write the entire code by ourselves. Let's consider one example of a school website. Let's say we want to develop a school website. So first of all, we will think of that how many web pages we need. Okay, so one will be our landing page that I'm naming as a home page. So for that home page, I will have one HTML file that is home.html, and I would like to have one more web page in which in which I need to display some details and some history about that school. Okay, so for that I have one more HTML file that is about.html, and one will be the contact.html. Okay, so these are the web pages or the multiple HTML files which we want in a school website. So let me take an example, like we want to develop a school website, and that school website is going to have multiple pages. Okay, and that site will have multiple pages. Okay, so a usual approach is to create multiple web pages, or let's say we can say multiple HTML file. So just to represent a single web page, we will have a single HTML file. Okay, so a usual approach is to just have multiple web pages or multiple HTML files. So we are having these HTML files. So on this home.html, we will display one navigation bar. Okay, and there I want to put one slider. Okay, and that slider will contain some images of that school. Just try to imagine a user interface where on the top we are having a navigation bar, below it we are having a slider which is containing some school images, and below it I'm displaying some content related to that school, and just after it I'm displaying one footer. Okay, let me show you one practical example of it. Let me open a browser, and let's take any school website for a reference. I'm searching for any random school, and let's just visit their website. Okay, it's just a Google page. Yes. Okay, so we are having this random website. Okay, so this website is containing one navigation bar at the top, and this is some content which we can scroll. Like you can see, this website is having one slider which is containing some images of the school, and just below it you can see some of the content of this website, and below you can see one footer. Okay, so at the bottom we are having one footer component. Okay, so this is the basic layout of this website. Now what will happen if I'm going to visit this section, for example, contact us. Okay, so I'm visiting this contact us page, and there you can see also there is a navigation bar, and at below there is a footer component, and just in between the navigation bar and the footer the content is being displayed for the contact us. Now what will happen if I'm going to visit this career page? So now onto this same career page we are having this navigation bar and this new content, and below it we are having this footer. Okay, so in order to design such kind of website we will have these amount of web pages minimum. So one will be the home.html, that is containing navigation bar, a slider, a content, and a footer. Again for the about.html we will again have a navigation bar, and there is some content related to the about us, or let's say history, mission, or vision. So there will be some content like this, and at the bottom we will have a footer component. Now again for the contact.html we will have a navigation bar. So you are seeing that on this entire website, in every page we have to display this navigation bar, and we have to display this footer. Okay, and after the navigation bar we will display some contact details, and after this we will have one footer. And let's say again for the career.html we will have one navigation bar. Okay, then after it we will display some vacancies, if there are some open vacancies or not. Okay, and after this I will show one footer. Okay, so how many html files we are having for the school website?
Four.
Yes,
Four.
we will have four html files, right? But don't you think that we are duplicating code in every HTML file?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
For which thing?
Navigation.
Navigation bar.
Navigation,
For
footer.
navigation bar.
Navigation and footer.
Because
And
that
footer.
navigation bar
Footer.
is being displayed onto the every web page, and footer also. We need to display footer on every web page. So do you think we can define some functions in HTML so that we can reuse them?
Not in HTML.
Yes, exactly. We are very much familiar with HTML, that in HTML we cannot define functions. If there is a feature of functions in HTML, then definitely we can make our code reusable. Okay. If we are discussing about JavaScript, then how we are going to make our code reusable using functions, right? But in HTML we are not having the feature of functions, so we just cannot reuse our HTML code. Now just consider one fact, that if we want to create a navigation bar, and that navigation bar is taking, let's say, 25 lines of code. Okay, so that navigation bar is taking, let's say, 25 lines of code, and this footer, let's say, is taking 15 lines of code. Okay, so in order to create that navbar we have written 25 lines of HTML code, specifically HTML code, and in order to design that footer I have this 15 lines of HTML code. Okay, now we have to put this 25 lines once in home.html, again in about.html, in contact onto the career.html also. This means if in future the number of pages are going to increase, then we also need to paste this navigation barcode into those files. Let's say on any website, let's say in this school website we are having 20 pages. That may be a case we are having that amount of web pages, or 20 pages means we will have 20 HTML files. and into each file, we need to place this navigation bar code, which is 25 lines. This means 25 lines goes into home.html. 25 lines will be there in about.html, then in contact, then again in career. And same way in all the 20 pages, we have to mention these 25 lines. Okay. So is it going to be a good practice or a bad practice?
Bad practice.
Why?
Obviously,
Bad.
A repetition of code.
So
Code
what
is
is the
more
drawback
lengthy.
then?
Code is lengthy.
Length
Yes.
and time.
One problem is there that
Reader could be confused after seeing this much code.
yes, that will be one problem. The code will become lengthy.
Time consumption.
But there is no, but this is not only the drawback that code is becoming lengthy. This is one drawback, but this is not the only problem we will face. Now, suppose at some later point of time, the school people has told us to change the navigation bar. Now
Yes.
what?
We need to modify all 20.
Yes, you have to modify each and every file. Okay, that will be the challenging task for any developer. Okay, so if you want to make your HTML code reusable, then React.js has addressed this problem very well. Okay, so first of all, we are discussing that what exactly are the problems which a developer can face without React.js. Okay, so then we will understand that what are the exact problems that are addressed by React.js library. Okay, so one problem which we have seen is that in any website, we may have some HTML code. Okay, and we want to use that HTML code many times. So just don't write that HTML code multiple times. Okay, you just simply can reuse these HTML code also. So this thing will be implemented by React.js. Okay, so basically in React.js, we can reuse the HTML code also. Okay, along with JavaScript, you can reuse the HTML code also. But again, how we are going to see it practically. Okay, but as of now, we are just discussing that what exactly will be the idea behind the React.js. So React.js is a tool or is a library using which we are going to develop a front end of any application. So how React.js is going to work? So if you are working with React.js, then you are no longer required to just define multiple HTML files. Okay. So one important point is there. There is a note for you all people, that is in React.js, we will not we will not uh, define multiple HTML files. Okay, so what we will do instead of having multiple HTML files? So instead of having multiple HTML files, we will define some components. Okay, so we are not going to say that we are on home page or we are on contact page or about page or career page or we are on admissions page. No. Okay, we are going to say that we are on a component. So instead of creating multiple HTML files, okay, instead of defining multiple HTML files, we will have some components. Okay, so we will define some components. So what exactly is a component? How we are going to create a component? We will see it practically, but you have to be familiar with the terms which we are going to use in the React.js development. So first term we have used is instead of having multiple HTML file, we will have components. Okay, one more important thing is there which we have to observe. Just see this website carefully. We are having this navigation bar, and when I am hitting on this home button in order to go on the home page. Okay, so when I'm clicking this home link, so just look at this thing. Let me resize this browser. Okay, so we are having this kind of web page. Now, just try to see this reload symbol, okay, onto your web page. I am just going on the contact us page. Just try to notice the behavior. What is happening? What thing you guys have noticed?
Navigation bar didn't load again.
No, just look at this thing, this reload symbol. What happened there? I'm again visiting
Cancel and
this.
reload.
Actually, the
Reloading
body after below career just updated that only. And
New-
I'm
all the
not
things
asking
remain
about
same.
the body. I'm not asking about the
Cancel
body. I'm
and
just
reload,
asking about this.
Not really.
It's showing cancel and reload.
New page is loaded.
Exactly.
Reloading Apple.
Again, notice one thing. I'm just going on to this home page. Just notice this thing, this reload sign. What is happening there? This website is taking a reload. Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
So this is a usual behavior of any web application, that whenever you are redirecting a user onto a different URL, your browser is going to take a reload. And again, when I'm opening this contact us page, your entire web page will be loaded. Okay, not only this section of contact us. Okay, so this entire web page is being loaded again and again. Now again I'm visiting this let's say mission section. Now you can see again this page is being reloaded and your browser has requested for a new page. Okay, so this is a normal usual behavior of any website. Earlier, the Facebook application used to behave similarly. Have you used Facebook, let's say around 4 to 5 years back?
On
Yes,
Opera,
Yes, sir.
everyone.
on
Yes,
Opera
yes.
Everyone had.
Opera Mini on
Yes.
Opera.
Opera Mini. UC
So
browser.
whenever you are hitting any link on that Facebook application, so you are requesting a whole new page. Your browser is taking a reload. Have you noticed that thing in Facebook also?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So that used to be a normal behavior. But what about the right now version of Facebook we are having?
It doesn't reload.
Yes.
But
Upon hitting any link or a button, your web page is not going to take a reload. Okay. Without reloading the page, you are going to see a new content. Let me show you some example. Like your Gmail application also. So your Gmail application is also does not reload when you click on any link. YouTube also. Let me show you one example of Gmail. Okay, like I'm visiting this sent emails. Okay. Okay, so now we are having this sent email section. Okay, and now when I suppose when I'm going to click any link, for example, onto the second link, what happened? Is our page taking a reload?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, browser is not taking a reload, but without reload, we are having a new data, right? Now again, go back and now let's click onto this any link. Let's say I'm just hitting this link. So again, you can see we are having a new content, but that page has not been reloaded. So this is the modern application which we have to develop. Okay, so in this Gmail application, don't you think we are having a mobile application like experience or a desktop application kind of experience?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
So this kind of application is being classified as a single page application. Okay, so this is a single page application. Let me show you one more example. Have you ever opened this Pinterest?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this Pinterest application is also an example of single page application. Let me show you this. Let's say I'm hitting this link, which is explore. Have you noticed something? Which is the difference between that school website and the Pinterest? Again, see, we are having one button which is explore. Okay. So now when I'm hitting this explore button, what is happening? Is your browser taking a reload?
No, sir. No.
But on the school website, if I'm going to click a link, then what is happening here? The browser is taking a reload. Okay. So now again, when I'm hitting any link like this time it has taken a reload. Okay. So this time it has taken a reload. Now, let's say, just don't feel tempting by seeing these images. Okay, so I'm now just opening this link. Now click on this open. What happened? Is your browser taking a reload or not?
No.
No. Okay, so this is a single page application. Okay, so in order to create a single page application, this React.js has internal support. Okay, so the entire development cycle of any web application is now going to be changed. Okay, if we want to create any usual web application, any normal web application, then you can definitely create multiple HTML files. Then if you are going to click on any link, your browser is going to load the entire web page for you. Okay, so for any usual web page or for any usual website, your browser will take a reload in order to get the content. But in single page application, you will not see browser taking a reload. Okay, so instead of taking the reload, they instead of taking the reload, only the new content will be displayed onto the browser. Yes, it's like Ajax, right? It's like definitely it is like Ajax. So basically in React.js, what type of application we can create? So using React.js, we can just create single page application. Why these pages are being referred as single page application?
They doesn't take reload.
Yes, so if I'm asking about the single page application, then this means what? The name is suggesting everything. So this means in any web application that is a single page application, how many HTML files we can have maximum?
One.
Multiple.
In a single page application, I'm asking about single page application.
One. One.
Yes, single page means what? Four.
Only one.
Yes, single page means one. Only one HTML file will be there. Okay. So what will be the difference between the behavior of multiple page application and a single page application? So by default, any application is going to behave as a multiple page application. Okay, if you are not using React.js, okay, if you are not using React.js, then by default your application will be multi-page application. Then in that case, your browser is going to reload again and again. Whenever you are clicking on any link, your browser will take a reload and it will load all the contents again. For example, on a navigation bar, if you are clicking a link to visit contact.html, then again, all the content of this page will be loaded. Like navigation bar again will be loaded, contact details will be loaded, and the footer will again take a load. Okay. Again, if I'm visiting this career.html by clicking a link, so your browser is going to load the entire page. Okay. It is going to take a reload and it will going to display all the content again. like navigation bar will be rendered again. This vacancies things will be rendered again, and this footer will be loaded again. So this is a normal usual approach. Okay. But in a single page application, we will have only a single file. Okay. A single HTML file. And that single HTML file, let me show you with the help of diagram. Let's say this is a single page application. Okay. So single page application means we are having only a single web page. And let's say I'm naming this web page as index.html. So all the things are needs to be displayed onto this index.html only. Okay, so that's why I have told you this. In React.js, we will not have a multiple HTML files. Instead of that, instead of HTML files, we will have some components like this navigation bar. If we want to display a navigation bar, so this means what? This navigation bar will also act as a component. Okay. Then the footer will also become a component. So you can see onto this single page only, we have displayed one navigation bar. I'm writing one thing, which is the nav bar. This is our nav bar. And at the bottom, we are having this footer section. Okay. We are having this nav bar and the footer section, which are fixed for any page. When you are hitting any link, okay, let's say we are having multiple links over the navigation bar. Let's say one is home and one is about and one is the contact page. You are having these multiple links on the web page. Now just try to answer what will happen if someone is going to click this contact.
Page is not going to reload.
Yes.
Not reload.
Page is not going to take a reload. This navigation bar still remains the same. Footer will remain the same, but only the content which is between the nav bar and footer will be changed, will be updated. Okay. So this means, is it going to take a new load for nav bar and footer?
No.
No.
Right. So these nav bar and footer will only be loaded one time only. Okay. And only the content in between them will take a reload. Okay. Means only a part of web page will be updated in a single page application. Like we have seen in Gmail also. So you can see above section is same and this side navigation bar is same. The above section is also same. And when I'm hitting any link, let's say I'm hitting this link. So you can see what content has been changed. Is this side navigation bar updated?
No.
No, sir.
No, sir, no.
Yes,
Only content
the
is changed.
yes, exactly. Only the content which is between this nav bar and the side nav has updated. Okay. So these are the single page applications. So if we are considering the user experience, then what kind of applications are going to give a better user experience, multi-page or single page?
Single
page.
Single page.
Single page applications are going to give a better user experience. Okay. So in order to develop these single page applications, this React.js library is having a inbuilt support. Okay. In order to create a single page application. Okay, so in this modern era of applications, you can consider that Facebook application is a single page, and that React, or sorry, not React, that Instagram application is also a single page application, and that WhatsApp web. Have you used WhatsApp web version?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Currently
that
using
application is again what? Single page or multi-page?
single page.
Single page.
How we can
Single
say
page.
that application is a single page?
When we switch the chats, it doesn't reload.
Only chat is open.
Yeah.
Exactly. Whenever you're performing any operation, your browser is not taking reload. Okay. If you are visiting status, if you are sending any message, your browser is not taking a reload. Okay.
Telegram.
Yes. So these all applications are single page application. Then YouTube is also single page application. Whenever you are clicking a link on the YouTube application, your browser is not going to take a reload. So let me show you one example. Okay, so I'm opening this YouTube application, and now when I'm going to hit this link, so just try to notice that our browser haven't taken a reload. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Only the content is being replaced by the new video. Now let's say again, if I'm hitting this video, now what happened? Only the content which is being new to this web page, okay, has taken a reload. Not the entire page has taken a reload. Okay. So this React.js has addressed these two main major problems. One is to simplify the development of single page application, and second thing is what, to reuse our HTML code. Okay, so these are the two things which majorly are addressed by the React.js. So all of you understood why we are going to use the React.js?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So now, do you guys have any idea that who has developed this React.js library?
Facebook.
Facebook. Yes.
Facebook employee.
Yes. Facebook has developed this React.js. Initially, what was happened that I have also told you that there are some organizations who are keen to modify the existing things, who are keen to modify or to build their own framework. Like I have told you one example of Swiggy. They have developed their own framework. Okay, so likewise, the Facebook people has developed their own library to in order to design their own application. That was a Facebook Android app, or let's say iOS app, or the web application, or to develop that Instagram application. Okay, so they have their own library. Okay, they have developed their own library, but they have released their library in order to make single page application. They have released this library in a for a public. Okay, so that a normal individual developer can also make use of their library. Okay, so initially this React.js is not meant for the public release. Okay, they have developed this library for their internal use, for their application only. Okay, it's just a normal thing that in any organization there may be a case where these people have implemented or has developed their own library or their own framework. Now it's upon them if they have released the library for the public use or not. But uh, time has came where Facebook has publicly released the React.js. Okay, so that a normal person who is not an employee of Facebook, not only for the Facebook application, they can use their library to develop any other application also. Okay, so this Facebook has developed this React.js initially for their internal use only, for their application only. Okay, but with time they are in a mood to just release this library for a normal person also. Okay, so Facebook has developed the React.js.
Sir, they release the library when they modify it to another version, right?
Yes, what?
When they modify their library to another version, they release a little bit older version. Is it so?
Yes, there may be a case because we don't know exactly that what Facebook people are using for their own application. Only the developers who are working on that Facebook application, they can tell you that what exactly they are using for their own Facebook application, right? But there may be a case where suppose they are having a more improved version of React.js for them, and they are just giving some limited features to this React.js public library. Okay, there may be a case. but we can't say it very confidently until unless you are having a word with a Facebook developer. Okay, if you want to know it exactly, then you have to contact a Facebook developer if you are having some contact. Okay,
Link.
I
yeah,
see.
they can only going to tell you that what exactly the version or the features they are using in React. Okay,
But that can be a possibility, right?
yes, it can be possible, that they are using a lot more features. They have implemented lot more features into their own library, but they have released only the few things for the public use. It may be a case, but again there is a big question mark because I'm not working with Facebook, so I can't tell you exactly. Okay, okay, so now let's just continue that how to install React.js in our systems and how to create a React project. So first of all, we have to understand one technicality that in React.js, we are not going to create HTML files. Okay, so that was an older approach of developing any application. If you want to develop any React application, you have to design components. So if we want to have this school website, okay, if we want to create that school website, then what components we will be having? So one component will be their navigation bar. That nav bar will also behave as component. So component will be one nav bar. That footer again will be a component. Then this home will be again considered as a component. About will also be considered as a component, and this contact page will also be considered as a component. Okay, so in React, instead of having multiple HTML files, we will have components. So basically, what exactly is a component? So component is a UI element. Okay, so component is just a UI element displayed on the browser. So it is not likely that you are having a web page and that web page is being referred as a component. No. Okay. Any UI element displayed on the browser is being referred as a component. So it can be a button. Okay. So it can be a button, or it can be an input field, or it can be a paragraph. Okay, it can be a heading, it can be a form. Okay, it can be a slider, it can be a navigation bar, it can be a footer. Okay, so it can be any UI element which is being displayed on the browser. Okay, so that's why I'm taking this example of component, because don't think that only the whole page is going to be referred as a component. No. Okay, so any UI element which you are viewing onto that browser will be considered as a component. This means image will also be considered as a component. Okay, so this means everything on a web page will be a component. So instead of having multiple HTML files, we will have some components. Okay, and we will reuse our HTML code with the help of component only. Okay, so that you don't have to write the navigation bar code multiple times. Okay, so we will have those 25 lines of code into a separate file, and we will just include that file. Okay, so this is the convention which we have to follow. So instead of having multiple HTML file, we will create a component. Okay, as of now, we have studied the theoretical concept only, but when we proceed, we will see practically that how components are going to work. Okay, so is it clear to all of you what exactly is a component?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So now let's start with the installation. So how we are going to install a React.js? So first of all, we have to understand that why we need to install the React.js, why its installation is necessary. Because this React.js is not like a software. Yes, Vijay?
Sir, can you kindly just tell about Flutter also? if possible. Just as in short.
After we will complete the React.js.
Okay.
Then only I can tell you if I got some time, because we are already running.
We don't have, yes, we don't have that in syllabus.
Yes, you don't have that in syllabus, and as far as schedule is being considered, we are not having that much of time.
Okay.
But if some time is left, then I can definitely tell you about that. Okay?
No.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, what is difference between this component and the element present in HTML?
See, your component is being referred as any UI element, and your HTML page is being referred as a complete whole new page. Then there is no such difference between UI element and a component. Okay, that UI element you are displaying on any page, like if a heading tag, H1 tag you are having.
Yes,
So
yes.
that H1 tag is considered as a component for React.js.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. But yes, there is a difference between a page and a component.
Yes.
So the page is representing a complete screen, which you are saying, and component is just, it's a single UI element. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So now let's just see that why we need to install the React.js. Okay. So first of all, this React.js is a library, and you are getting, let me write a point, React.js is a library. So this means, so we will get already defined modules, packages. This means we are having already defined modules and packages, and some already defined architecture. So we have already explored this kind of architecture. This is component based architecture. So if you are creating components instead of web pages, then that architecture will be known as component architecture. Okay, so let me write one note here. If we are creating components instead of HTML files, or instead of web pages, then this is known as component based architecture. Okay, so this thing is being referred as the component based architecture. Okay, if you are creating components instead of web pages, so this means React.js is a library, so we will get already defined modules, packages, and already defined architecture. So this means you will get the entire code base which is already defined, and you just have to put your own logic into that. Okay, so this means you will get already defined folder structure also. Okay, so this means the folder structure for any React application will be already defined. Okay, that what how many files should be there, and what kind of folder should be there, because we are not required to put all the code inside a single file. Okay, everything will be structured into a separate folder. Okay, so in order to maintain the code reusability. Okay, so if React.js is a library, so you will get already defined modules, packages, architecture, and most importantly, the folder structure. And you have to follow that folder structure. Okay, you have to follow that folder structure to keep your own files also. Okay, so this is the thing which React.js is going to give us. So for any React project, the folder structure and the working architecture will be already defined. Okay, you don't need to change that architecture. You don't need to change that folder structure. You just have to follow that folder structure in order to develop the React project. Okay, so now do we need to create that kind of folder structure by ourselves? Do you think?
No, it will directly come when we install.
Yes. So as a developer, we are not supposed to create that folder structure, because there are lots of files lots of folders which will be there inside a React project. So as a developer, we are not required to create the entire folder structure by ourselves. So who is going to define that folder structure? Who is going to make those directories for any React project? So these React.js people has come up with a CLI. Okay, and the name of that CLI is the create React app. Okay, so this React.js people has come up with this CLI. So we are very much familiar with this CLI term. This node is a CLI, npm is a CLI, and in that same way, we have seen nodemon is also a CLI. So in that same way, this thing is also a CLI. Okay, so this is a CLI which React.js developers has built. So by reading its name, by reading the name of this CLI, what idea you are getting? What this CLI tends to do?
That create the folder structure for us.
Exactly. So this CLI is responsible to make those folders and directories for a React project. Okay. If you don't need, if you don't want to work with this CLI, then one option is what? Then just define all the directories, all the folders, and all the files by yourself only. Then it is going to take a lot more time and lot more efforts. Okay, so we are going to use this CLI, React app. Okay, so if I'm asking to install the React.js, what I'm actually trying to say is we have to install this CLI. Okay, so if we want to work with the React.js, if we want to have a new project in React.js, you need to install this CLI. Okay, because by using this CLI, we are going to create a React application or a React project. Okay, so this CLI, so the above CLI will create a new project and install all the dependencies into the project. Okay, so this is the role of this CLI. So using this CLI, you can just simply have a new project, and at the same time, it will install all the dependencies into that React project. Now, let's say how we are going to install this CLI. Just tell me how we have installed this nodemon.
npm install
npm install
Yes,
node1g.
and we have just written one thing, which is -g.
globally.
Globally.
So in this same way, we are going to install this React app CLI. So in order to install this CLI, we have to write this command on the console, like npm install.
Create React app.
Exactly. Install create React app, then just put -g. Why a -g is required?
for global.
Globally,
Because
yes,
we
to
declare it
global,
global.
so that we can use this CLI anywhere into our system. Okay, so that's why we have installed it globally. So once when you are done with the installation, okay, then you are ready to use this CLI. So if we have installed nodemon, like npm install nodemon -g, it has installed the nodemon into our system, and at some later point of time, we are using nodemon directly. So in the same way, first we need to install the CLI, and after it, we have to use it, like create React app, and then just mention the name of app you want to create. Let's say I'm naming my app as my app. Okay, so this will be the command in order to have a new project. In order to make a new project in React, we will use this CLI. And when you hit enter, so this CLI is going to create a React project for you. It will create entire folder structure, and it will install all the required dependencies. Okay, but there is one more way. So all of you understood these two steps.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
just answer one more thing. This first step we need to perform how many times?
One time.
One time.
Yes,
Single time.
only a one time. But for any new project, you have to run this command again and again. Okay, so just don't think that whenever you are creating a new project, you have to install this CLI. It is not like that. Just install it only once, and you can use this CLI as many times you want. So as of now, we are installing the global dependencies for the CLI, and after installing, we are using them. Okay, so as of now, for any global dependency, for any global module, or let's say for any global CLI, we are installing it, and after installation, we are using it. Okay, so this is the thing which we are performing. Okay, so as of now, for any global module or a CLI, we are installing it first, and then after installation, we are using them. Like for example, NodeMon. First of all, we have installed npm install nodemon -g. Then we have used it like nodemon, then index.js or server.js. Okay. Then again for this CLI also, which is create React app. Then after we are using this CLI, like create React app, then name of our app. Okay. But there is one more way, that is saying that if you want to use any CLI, okay, if you want to use any CLI, then the installation is no longer needed. Okay. You don't need to install that CLI. Without installing it, you can directly use it. Okay. So, but there is one more way is introduced in order to use this CLIs. Okay, like nodemon and this React app. Okay, so you don't need to install them, but there is one more way introduced in order to use CLI, is that we don't need to install them. Okay, we don't need to install them. So without installation, so without installing them, we can directly use them. Okay, without installing them, we can directly use them. But how we can install, but how we can use these CLIs without being installing? Okay, without installing these CLIs, how we are going to use them? So if you are going to use any CLI without the installation, just use npx. Okay, so instead of using making use of npm, we are going to use this npx thing. Okay, so using npx, you can use any CLI directly without installing them. But for using npx, we need internet connectivity into our system. Okay, because this npx is going to execute that a CLI with the help of internet only, because that CLI is not being kept into our system. That CLI is not being installed directly into the system. So using internet connection, this npx is going to run that CLI onto your system. Okay, so without installing them, we can directly use them. So how? With the help of npx. So with the help of npx, we can run a CLI directly. But what is the node for this thing? Internet connection is mandatory. Okay, internet connection is mandatory in order to use this npx. Okay, because we are not installing any CLI native into the system. So that CLI will be executed directly from the network where that CLI has been kept on a server. Okay. So from that server directly, your CLI is going to be executed. So how? So one way of using nodemon is this. First of all, just install npm install nodemon-g. Then after it, you can write nodemon index.js. But if you don't want to install it, you can go with npx. Just write the name of CLI like nodemon and just write its execution command like npx nodemon index.js. So there are two options now. Either you can go with this npm install nodemon, then after write nodemon index.js, or you can directly run this nodemon without installing, okay, with the help of npx. So just simply write npx nodemon index.js. Now we can do the same thing with this CLI also with the name which is create React app. So one way is to install it, then after use it. But one way is by using this npx, just write npx create React app and then just mention the name of app you want to create. Okay, so you can go with the either first installation or with directly by using npx. Okay, so these are the two things. Okay, so have you guys understood?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so now let's use this npx command in order to create a new React application. So I want to create a new React app into this 28 October. So now let's open this directory into the terminal. Okay. So if you want to create a React application, you need to write a CLI command, and you have to open that CLI. Okay. And you need to open that CLI into the folder location where you want to create a project. Okay. So you can see onto my terminal, I'm inside a folder which is 28 October. Okay. So in this same location, I want to create a React app. So I would like to write npx, then this CLI name, which is create React app, and I haven't installed this CLI into my system. Okay, I always prefer to use this npx because it will give us latest dependencies which are being updated regularly by the React.js. If you are installing it into your system, then this means if there is an update, you have to update that manually. Okay, so npx create React app, and I'm naming my application as my app. Then if you press enter now, then it will begin the installation of the dependencies and it will create some project structure for you. Now hit enter. Okay, so this is asking to install the following packages. Yes, proceed ahead. Just wait for some time. Okay, then it will show you that creating a new React app in this folder. And see, these are the dependencies for any React application. One is React, React DOM, React scripts, CRA template, and there are lots of dependencies which are being internally used by the React.js. It will take some time.
Sir, but we use that npm for yesterday for node only because npm is node a package manager. So how can we use that npm or npx to install this React?
Because that npm is a global tool which node js developers are widely using. So these React js developers has published their own library via npm only.
Okay, yes.
Sir, you said we will use it without installing. But
Yes,
installing.
we can use, but we have to do all the things by ourselves only. We have to manually create the folder structure. We manually have to install all the dependencies which are being required by this React application.
So, but this is installing in our computer.
Yes, what?
But sir, this package is installing in our computer.
Yes, in our computer, and also in our computer in a separate folder, which is belonging to our React project, that is my app. So what you're trying to do?
No, we use that npx, so I thought the direct online configuration will be there.
Yes, configuration will be online. These all the things are being downloaded from the Create React app server only. But we have used this CLI into our local system, running on the server, but usable onto local system.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what would be better if we use npm or npx?
It totally depends on you. Okay, both
Okay.
are doing the same thing. But if you want to keep yourself updated, okay, so then just go with the npx, because this npx is running online. Okay, it is not running your locally installed Create React app. So if there is any update into the React, then this thing will be automatically updated. But if you are installing it locally onto your system, then this means what? You manually have to update the Create React app version.
Okay, sir, but this would be only for that project or all the projects we are creating.
Means this npx command.
Yes, sir. Means we are installing we are using npx in folder 28 October. But can we use same npx on different folder, or
Yes, yes,
we
yes.
have to create
You can
new?
definitely use. You can definitely use this command onto any folder location. But just try to make sure that your folder name or your project name is different in a same folder location. Let's say in 28 October, if I want to create a new React project, then I cannot name that project as my app. So in a single folder, you can have many React projects, but all the projects should have a unique name.
Okay.
Yeah. So now, after some time, we are done with this React project, and you can see inside our folder, which is 28 October, we are having this My App folder. So we don't have created this folder by ourselves, and you can see the size of this folder, which is 219 MB. Okay, so just see how much of the dependencies are being already present inside this My App. So if you want to save your efforts, then you can definitely go with this My App. This means the CLI. Okay, so now let's open this My App, and you can see there are lots of folders and files. Can you recognize some files which you are familiar of?
Package.
Package.log.
Package
One
log.
is the
Package log,
package.json,
package.json.
log.json, and one is
Package.log
this
now.
node module.
Node
Node
modules.
So
modules.
this node modules is containing what?
Log.
Package.
Library.
Yes, all the
Dependencies.
files, folders for the installed libraries. Okay, just see the size of node modules, which is 218 MB. Okay, and the size of our source code will be not that much larger. Okay, so only this node modules will have such amount of size. Okay, and one folder is there which is src, and one folder is there which is public. So let me open this folder, this complete Maya project into VS Code. Okay, so I'm opening VS Code. So let's open that folder. Okay, so do we need to open that folder which is 20th October or my app?
20th October.
My app.
No, we will open my app. Okay, you need to open only your project folder. Okay, just don't open that container folder. So inside this 20th October, we are having this project my app. Yes. So we are having such kind of folder structure. Among these, all the things we are familiar with package.json. So see, that is containing name of your project, that is containing version of your project, and that is containing dependencies. Okay, which these are the dependencies which are already installed in order to develop this React application. Okay, and this is the folder where these all the dependencies are being installed. Okay, and there is one folder which is the public folder, and inside this public folder you are able to see this one single HTML file. This is index.html, and you are not required to change this index.html. Okay, this is a single page application, and if we are working on a single page application, then we must have a file, that is this index.html file. So all the components will be rendered on this index.html only. Okay, so whatever be the components are going to be rendered onto this index.html. Okay, so we don't have to change this content of index.html. So where we need to put our own source code, what do you think? In which folder we need to write our own components or our own logics?
Views. Yesterday we have used.
Among these all the things,
Public.
do we need
Node.js.
to change node modules?
No.
No.
Do we need to change this public folder?
No.
So
No.
where we can
SRC.
write our own source code?
SRC.
Who is left now? SRC.
GT.
Okay, so only SRC has been left for us. So I'm just expanding this SRC. So you can see there are lots of files like app.css, app.js, index.css, index.js. There are lots of files. Okay, so among these all the files, this index.js will be the starting point. Okay, so this is going to be the starting point of your React application. And before running this application, let's understand one technicality. Yes, SRC. So let's understand one thing. We have already seen that in React.js, we are not supposed to create our own HTML files. Instead of that, we will create some components. So in React application or in any React project, one component you will get that is predefined. Okay, so in any React project, there is a component which is already created. Okay, in any React project there is going to be one component which is already created, and the name of that component is app. Okay, the name of that component is app. Okay, so for any component, if you want to create your own component, then you have to create your own JS file, on JavaScript file. Okay, so this means if you want to create a navigation bar, then you have to create a navigation bar dot JavaScript file, dot JS file. Okay, so for any component, a dot JS file should be there. Okay, so for any component, a JS file should be there. So this means if we want to create a component like navbar, so we have to create a file navbar.js. If we want to create a footer component, then footer.js, you have to create a file. And in the same way, in any React project, there is a component which is already created, and the name of component is app. Then this component is being designed in which file? What should be the name of that
HTML.
file?
HTML.
Array, what I have written below. For any component, a .js file should be created. Yes or no?
Yes.
JavaScript.
Then why answer is coming like HTML?
Node.js.
Yes, if we are having one already defined component whose name is app, so what will be the extension?
.js.
Yes.
Yes.
So that component is being defined into a file which is app.js. So where we are going to find that file? Inside the src. So in src, can you see that file?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is app.js. Okay, so whenever you launch any React application, first of all, index.js comes into action. And using this index.js, this functionality is already defined in any React application. Okay, I'm just telling you that what is happening behind the scene. So first of all, whenever you run this application, this index.js file will be launched first. And this index.js file will pass the control to app.js. So which component will be displayed first? This app component. Okay. Index.js is not a component. It is just a entry point of your React application. So this app.js will be the component which will be displayed first. So let me write one point for it. So this app.js component will be displayed first. So whatever be the whatever be the content you will see on your screen when I'm running this application, so that whole content is being designed inside this app.js file. This means inside the app component. So now let's run this application. So in order to run this React application, you need to open this terminal, and you have to make sure that this terminal is inside the location my app. This means you have to run your if you want to run this project, then you have to open the terminal inside the project folder. And when you are inside the project folder, then just write a command which is npm start. Okay, so just simply write this command which is npm start and hit enter. So it will take some time to start your entire application. Okay, so you can see we are having this kind of web page in which there is logo of React which is rotating. There is a text which is written like edit src app.js and save to reload, and one link is there. So which component is being displayed on your screen? Which component is
App.js.
app.js? This app component is displayed on your screen. And if we want to change anything inside this component, we need to edit this file, which is app.js. So just open this app.js, and you will get to see these all the things. Let me scroll it. Yeah. So here you can see we are having this division. In this division, we are having this header element, and this is that image, okay, which is continuously rotating. And this is your text in which edit src app.js has been written. And below it, we are having this link, okay, in which learn React has been written. So now I'm removing this image. Okay, now I am removing this image. Okay, so I have removed this image. And if you have made any change into your any component, you just need to save it. Okay, you just need to save it, and it will refresh your browser automatically. Okay, so you don't have to manually reload your browser. Okay, so this output is being automatically synchronized with your source code. Okay, but that is only happening when your server is running. Okay, this means when your React application is being currently in running state, then only this will happen. Just don't think that if you directly save this and open that application and you are done with it. No. Okay, you just have to first of all start the application, and if your application is in current running state and if you are changing anything in the source code, then just save the file, and this will be automatically reflected. Okay, now again I'm removing this p tag, and let's just put our own h1 element, and I'm writing one thing which is hello world. Okay, so you can see we are having this hello world component displayed on the browser onto this component which is app component. And if you don't want this anchor tag, you can remove it. Okay, and let's remove this anchor also. Okay, so this is the thing which we have displayed onto this React application. Okay, so is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, great.
Sir,
Yes,
which command you are given in my app?
yes. Let me show you again. I'm breaking its execution. So you have to run npm start, and this npm start has to be written in my app. Okay, let me write this command npm start. For what purpose? To run any React application. Okay, so now let's understand a few more technicalities about the React.js, like how we are going to create our own component. Okay, so now we are very much familiar with the React.js, that how to create a React project. And first of all, entry point is going to be the index.js, and from that index.js, the first component which is automatically opened will be the app component. Okay, so everything will be handled by the app component. Okay, so first of all, which component we will see, that is the app component, and we have edited the app component till now. Okay, we have edited the app component. And now let's see that how we are going to create our own component. Okay, so I must write a point like custom components, how we are going to create our own components. Okay, so if you want to create your own component, we have seen this concept that for any component, a .js file should be created, like navbar.js or footer.js. You have to create your own component file. This means on a .js file, you have to create that file only. Okay, so let's say I want to name that component as my component. So this means we have to create a file with the name my component.js. But how that component should be there inside your React.js? What exactly is the code which we need to write in order to create a component? So if we want to create any component, then you are having two types of component in React.js. So in React.js, there are two types of components. Okay, so in React.js, we are having two types of components. One is the function component, and one is the class component. So these are the two ways in which we can create any component. One is going to be your function component, and one is going to be your class component. So what the name is suggesting, the function component is that component. Let me write a point. So function component are those for which we have defined only a function in order to create them. Okay, So if you are having two types of component like function component and a class component, so what is function component? So if you are writing only a function to create that component, that is function component. And if you are writing a class to create that component, that is a class component. Okay, so let me write one point. What will be the function component? A component for which function is used. Okay, so this means to create this component we will define only a function. So this means we will define or write only a function to create the function component. Okay, so on paper this is the meaning of a function component. So for any component, if you're writing only a function, that is a function component. And in the same way, what will be a class component? So for any component, if you're writing a class, that is a class component. Okay, so to develop any component, if you're writing a class, that is a class component. So to have a component, to create a component, if we are creating a class, then it is class component. Okay, we will see some technical differences also between the class component and the function component. But yes, there are two types of components. One is function and one is class. So in order to create a function component, then just simply define a function. And if you want to create a class component, then just simply write a class. Okay. Now, first of all, we will see that how we are going to create a function component, and at some later point of time we will explore class component also. Okay, so once when we are done with the function component, we will explore class component also. Now I'm just opening this component, which is app.js. Now by just looking its code, what idea you are having? This app component is what type of component? Function component or class?
Class.
Function.
Function.
Yes,
Function.
only a function component, because we are
It's a
not able to
function.
see any class here. Okay, so that's why this is a function component for you. So if we want to create your own component, then in which folder we will create our component?
Yes, sir.
Yes, in src only. Okay, so in src, just define a new file. I'm going to create a new file. I'm naming that file as my component.js. So if we want to create a component, or specifically a function component, then just simply define a function and name that function with the name of file. Okay, just keep your function name and file name in synchronization. Okay, so my function name should be my component. Okay, so this is going to be the function name. Okay, function my component. So that's how you are going to reuse your HTML code. Now just think of that effect if you are having navigation bar. So what we can do for a navigation bar in order to make that code reusable?
Division tag.
Yes, we have to create one file which is navbar.js. In that file, we have to create one function with name navbar, and inside that function, just place your all the HTML code, and you can make reuse, and you can make use of this component again and again as much you want. Okay, so I have just defined my class, or sorry, my function whose name is my component, and where we have to display this my component. If we want to display this my component, then the name of the component will become the name of the tag. Okay, so every component is going to behave like a tag. So if you are creating your own component, then this means what? Your own component will behave like a tag. So we have created one component with the name my component. So basically we have created our own tag, my component. So wherever you want to display this my component, you just need to write the name of that tag. So what is the name of that tag? So the name of tag is my component. Okay, so this is how you are going to make your HTML code reusable. So all of you understood this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the most important thing which you have to remember. The name of the component will be the name of the tag. Okay, the name of the component will be the name of tag. Okay, so if you want to display that component anywhere, you need to write the name of component into the tags. For example, if name of component is my component, then tag will be such kind of tag, my component. So whatever be the name given to your component will be the name of your tag. Let's say if you are having that navigation bar. So if the name of component is like navigation bar, name of component is navigation bar, then this means you will get a tag with the name navigation bar. Okay, so this is going to be your tag name, navigation bar. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to follow in order to create any component. Okay, so
Sir, it implies for both function and class.
yes, it will apply to both function as well as class component. Okay, so now let's take a short break of 10 minutes and we will resume further after the break.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Sir, Surja here.
Yes, ma'am.
So actually, candidates was asking like both the break together. Can we have the break time together? One time break with 20 or 30 minutes.
Only a one time break, right?
One time break. Yeah, exactly. One time break.
Okay.
So that you can decide like at what time it should be given. Maybe an extended break, 20 to 25 minutes.
I have to give the break. I'm having a session at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I have decided to end the class at 1:45.
Okay, that's no problem. So instead of giving 10 minutes break, we can have it at one time. So the other time I will let it be like this only. We understand your the effort you're making to finish off the topics.
So can we have that break at 12?
Students, is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. At 12
Yes,
30 minutes for
Yes, ma'am.
12
to 12:30.
30 minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
30 minutes. Let me check with this because he's taking. We want to finish off the topics before 2nd of November, maximum 2nd of November. That's why he's taking it to 1:45. Okay. So can we finish it off in 20 minutes?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, is it okay, sir?
Okay.
Just for few more days. Okay. Just for till this topic is over. Okay. So let us be with the sir. Let us support sir's effort. Yeah, 20 minutes break. Okay, class.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then we'll have the break at 12 to 12:20, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
sir. As you are installing a create React app, it will install full of that index.js and it will create that server for us also automatically.
Yes. It will create a separate server for your client application. So this means your browser has to send a request onto that server and your server will respond with a UI.
Where we can see that server or in index.js.
No, actually that server has been implemented internally. You don't, you
Means sir,
simply
we
cannot
don't
see
need
that
to
server.
create that server.
Yes, yes, what?
Means simply we don't need to create that server.
Yes, we just have to deal with the UI components. You don't need to call, you don't need to write that server by yourself.
React is for front
But
end.
Yes, React is for front end,
Front end.
but it will create a separate server for to serve your React application. Because
and
ultimately, whenever you are having any kind of application, you need to host that application onto the server. Yes or no? You need to deploy them.
yes, yes.
Yes. So that's why React people has developed their own local server. And when you are developing the application, you will run that application into the local server only. Once the development has been completed, you have to deploy that entire React application onto a real-time server.
And if you want to change that URL or anything, then how can we change?
Which kind of URL? The local host.
No, no. At the end of that application, if we want to access that application through URL, then how can we
Port number.
access?
They want to
So
change
have you
port.
heard about the domain names?
Yes, that one I want to ask.
Yes, first of all, you have to purchase the domain name and you have to put your entire code, your entire React app into the storage which you have purchased, and then you can definitely give that domain name to your users.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are creating this component. Okay, and what I have told you is whatever be the name given to this component will become a tag name. It can be a class component or a function component. The name of component will become the name of that tag. But we haven't implemented any HTML code right now. So inside any function component, if you want to write some HTML code, then you have to return that HTML code. How? Just write a return keyword. After it, just open parenthesis, and inside these parentheses, you can write your own HTML code. Like I'm having one division. Inside this division, I am having one h1 element, and for this h1 element, I'm writing one text like welcome to my component. This is just a random dummy text which I'm displaying. Welcome to my component, and below it I'm having a paragraph, and onto that paragraph I'm having some dummy text like this is a dummy text. Okay, so this is a function component. This is how a function component will look like. So we are having this function component with the name of function and the name of file is my component. Okay, so whatever be the name given to this file should be the name given to this function. Okay, you have to sync both of them, and you have to return your user interface. This means whatever be the HTML code, you have to return that HTML code. And if you want to display this my component in app.js, so you just need to write the name of the tag. But this my component is being present inside a separate file. So you need to import that my component in app.js. Okay. Earlier we have seen we have to require the module, but as of now, JavaScript people has come up with a new concept of importing the things. So if you want, you can require these things, and if you want, you can make use of import, but import is the latest standard which you have to use. So if you want to use this my component, if you want to display this my component in app.js, so you have to import my component in app.js. Let me show you this with the help of an example. Okay, so this is let's say app component, and this is my component. I'm writing this as like this is app component app.js, and this is our my component. So we want to display this my component. Okay, so we want to display this my component in app.js. So we need to import my component in app.js. Okay, so this my component should be imported. So let me write a point. So import my component in app.js. So first of all, if you want to import any component or anything from this my component, so you have to export this my component. Okay, so let me write this point. If you want to import my component, so you need to export it. So export. Have you guys studied or seen the modules concept in Java also?
We seen packages there.
Okay. So I think that Java 10 features are not there into your syllabus. Okay, anyways, if you want to import any component, so that is okay. But first of all, we have to export a component, then only we will be able to import it. You have to follow this JavaScript convention. Okay, so this is not exclusive to React only. This is a JavaScript approach. If you want to call a function, okay, if you want to call a function which is defined in a file into another file, okay, so you need to export that function, and where you want to call that, just import it. So from my component.js, we will export this my component function. Okay, we will export the my component function, and we will import the my component in app.js. So how we can export a function? So inside this my component.js, before the function keyword, just write this keyword, which is export function my component. Okay, if you are not writing this export function, then this means this function is not accessible outside this file. Okay, so if you want to access this function outside the file, then you must export this. So I have exported this function, and then app.js, we need to import it. So how we can import this? So you can also take suggestion from this VS Code also. Just write the name of your component as my component. So you can see it is giving a suggestion of my component, which is there inside a file /my component. So just take a suggestion from it, and it will import this for you. So this convention you have to follow. Import, then inside curly braces, write the name of that function, and after from, just mention the directory path of that file. So directory path is what? Dot slash means what? Inside the same current folder, there must be a file my component. Yes, we are having a my component file, and from that file we are importing a function that is my component, and just display this my component. So this is how you are going to create a component, and you have to export that component, then import it where you want to display them, and just write the name of tag as my component. So now let's again run this application, and if you want, you can remove this CSS also. Okay, let's say I'm removing the CSS, and I'm removing the above logo, which is there already imported, okay, in app component. I don't want such kind of thing, so I have removed both of them. This CSS thing, we will see it later on, and this logo, I have removed this. Now just save it, and you can also place this code at the top. So now let's start this application. Okay, so you can see we are having two components displayed. One is the app component data, which is hello world, and this is welcome to my component, and this is a dummy text. So all of you understood how to create our own components?
So why the hello world text is in bold and okay, it's a header tag. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, can you show that uh, paint view where we created a diagram? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Mhm.
that port number 3000 is by default taken by you.
Yes, it is by default taken by your React application. Okay, so now let's do one more thing. Let's create one more component in SRC. I'm creating one component and I'm naming that component as, for example, navbar.js. So if the file name is navbar.js, then we have to create a function with name navbar. And in this navbar, just write return, apply parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, just create your user interface for this navbar. So this navbar is going to contain one UL, that is unordered list, and that will contain some li tags. Let's say I want to display these three links. So I have displayed these three allies, and each ally will be consisting of an anchor tag. So I have displayed these three anchor tags over here. Okay, so one, I should give a link like, as of now, I'm giving a link of hash. Then again, href should be hash. Then for this also, href should be hash. Okay, now inside this anchor tag, I'm giving a link like home, about, and contact. Okay, so this is our navbar component. So if we want to display this navbar on this app.js, what we have to do? First of all, we have to export this navbar and we have to import it. We are left with two options. What? Either import it by yourself or take VS Code suggestion. If you are importing it by yourself, then write import, then open the curly braces, and inside the curly braces mention the name of that function. So name of that function is navbar, and from just pass the location as dot slash, and this is the file name, dot slash navbar. And if you want to display that navbar at the top, then you can simply write this navbar as a tag name like navbar. And now just refresh. So you can see we are able to view this navigation bar. So that's how your function components are going to work. So we have created this navigation bar. Okay.
So what will execute first? Index then app?
Yes. First of all, index file will take the control. And you can see from this index file, this app component will be loaded first. So control will be given to this app component, and inside app component, these two components are being imported. One is my component and one is navbar. So it will display the navbar. Then first of all, it will display navbar. After navbar, it will display hello world. Then after it, it will display this my component.
Okay, sir.
So this app component behaves like main method in Java. So we are calling different function in that main method to execute our
Exactly.
program.
You can consider this as main method, equivalent to that.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's understand few more things about this function component or any component. So we are very much familiar. Let me do one thing, that I'm removing these all the things. Yeah. Okay, so this is our app component in which we are having no elements as of now. So now what will happen if I'm placing two components at the same level. For example, one is the H1 element, hello, and another is the paragraph element in which I have written this is dummy para. So you can see when I have placed these two components or these two elements at the same level, we are having an error. So what error we are having? So these expressions must have one parent element. So this rule you have to follow. If you are creating any user interface in React.js, then you cannot directly return multiple HTML elements together. If you want to place them at same level, then they must have a single parent. Okay, so this means uh, from any component, whether it may be your function component or it can be your class component, you must have what kind of thing? You must have a single parent element only. But here we are having two parent element. One is H1 and one is P. Okay, so these are being considered as multiple parents. So if we want to place these two elements at the same level, then just place a single parent for them, and inside that parent just encapsulate both of them. So now you can see this time only a single parent is there in any component. Okay, so we are having this div as a single parent. So okay, so that is the thing which you have to remember. So don't return multiple parent elements at the same level. Or if you don't want this div tag, then you can also create one empty tag that is known as empty code fragment for the React.js. Okay, but there should be only a single parent. Okay, we cannot have multiple parent elements in a single React application. If you want to display some elements at the same level, then you must encapsulate them into a single parent. Okay, so all of you understood this thing?
But sir, for that empty element, we cannot apply any CSS on that.
Yes, exactly. We cannot apply.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is also one important point which we have to remember. Right. Any React component should have only one parent. Okay. So any React component should have only one parent. Okay. So now let's display the navbar. I'm displaying this navbar, and let's display this my component below it. Okay, so these are the some user defined components which we are having. One is this navbar and one is the my component. So you can see we are having this navbar at the top and welcome to my component at the bottom. Okay. So we have seen in HTML also that any HTML tag or any HTML element can contain some attributes. Like IMG is having attribute SRC, width and height. Anchor is having attribute of href. Okay, so we can assign some attribute on table also, like border, cell padding, cell spacing. So this means any HTML tag or element can contain some attributes. So this means our own defined components are behaving as HTML elements. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So they are also behaving as HTML elements. So this means we can also have some user defined attributes in user defined components. Okay, so if you are creating your own component, then this means just same as your HTML component or element is having attribute. So in that same way, you can apply some attribute on this user defined component also. This means we can create our own attribute also. And these attributes are technically known as props. For any React component, these attributes are being referred as props. Let me write one point. So any HTML element or tag will have some attributes. So our custom component, so our custom components are also behaving as tags. So we can pass, so we can create some attributes for these components also. Okay, if you want, this is not a rule or regulation that you have to create components. It is mandatory to create attribute inside a component. But if you are in a requirement of creating some attribute inside your component, then you can definitely go with it. Okay, so our custom components are also behaving as tags, so we can create some attributes for these components also, and these attributes are known as props. Okay, and these attributes are known as the props. Okay, so prop means, so prop is similar to the attribute for HTML element. So this means for any HTML tag you are having attribute, and for any user defined component we will have props. Okay, so this props is equivalent, this props are equivalent, props thing is equivalent to the attribute for HTML tag. So for any HTML tag you are having attribute, and for any component you will be having prop. So how we are going to make use of props? I want this component which is one second. Okay, so we are having one component which is my component, and I want these things which is one heading and one paragraph not to be hard coded. Okay, because I have made this component reusable, and for any UI element like this my component, I want this h1 and this paragraph not to be hard coded. Okay, this means I don't want this welcome to my component to be the specific hard coded text, and this is dummy text and I'm removing it. Okay, so but from where we will be able to display the data, so I want to pass my own values into the my component. Okay, so I'm going to pass the heading and one text. Okay, I want to pass one heading and one text dynamically into this my component, and that dynamic content I want to display inside the h1 and the paragraph element. So where we are displaying this my component in app.js. Okay, so I will pass the heading value and the text value as a prop or as an attribute, and we will display that attribute value or prop value inside the h1 and the paragraph element. Okay, so first of all, just try to understand what I'm actually trying to do. Earlier, I was writing some hard coded text inside H1 and paragraph. But this time, I don't want any hard coded value. I want this app.js to pass some data into the my component as a prop, and we will receive that data into the my component. So as we have seen that in img tag, we are passing one prop, that is src. Okay, so src will be an attribute, or it will be acting as a prop. So in that same way, in my component also, I will pass one prop. Okay, and we have to decide the name of that prop, what the name should be. We have to define that name, and I'm defining that name as, for example, heading. So I would like to create a prop, and I'm naming that prop as heading. So heading is going to contain some value, and that text is going to contain some value. These are not the predefined props. These are not some predefined attribute. For any HTML element like src, width, and height, these are the predefined attributes. But if we are having our custom element, custom component, then we have to create our own attributes. Okay. See, this img is already defined, src is already defined, width and height are already defined. So this means these all the things are being already defined. But when our own component is being considered, so the component definition is given by the developer. So these props will always be created by the developer only. Okay, so as a developer, if you are having any component, whether it can be your class component or a function component, it can be any kind of component. So you can pass some of the props, and these props are behaving as an attribute of these props are behaving as an attribute of this HTML element. So you can give any name to this prop. Okay, it's totally upon you what name you want to give. So I have given one name, that is heading, that is containing some value, and one attribute is there which is text, that is again containing some value. So let's say onto this heading, I'm displaying, I'm assigning one value, that is welcome, and onto this text attribute, I'm assigning one value, that is this is dummy para. And we can also display this my component again. Okay, I'm displaying this my component, and for this second my component, you can pass some different value for the heading. Let's say this time I'm passing a value by, and for the text, I'm displaying a value that this is second para. Okay, so by this prop concept, okay, you can reuse your own component by passing some dynamic data. Okay, so like I have passed one heading and the text. So when we are defining the my component, okay, when we are creating the my component, we are supposed to receive these props. So the name of props are heading and the text. So prop is something which is similar to any HTML tag, any HTML tags attribute. So prop is equivalent to attribute for HTML tag. Okay, so this means we can give any name. Okay, we can give any name to the props. So props basically means attributes. Okay, we can give any name to the props or attributes. Okay, so this is like that. So we can give any name to the prop or attribute of your own HTML element or your own component. We can give any name to the props for the custom component. And when you are defining that component, you have to receive the value of those props. So when we are creating a component, we have to receive, So we have to receive the value of the props. Okay, so these props are just acting just like attribute for your HTML element. So just consider that we are having one HTML tag whose name is my component, and these heading and text are which thing are the attributes of those tags. Okay, let's say if you are having anchor tag, so this my component is similar to your A, and heading and text are similar to your HREF. This means heading is just an attribute, text is also an attribute, and my component is the name of the tag. Okay, but when you are creating this my component, we have to receive those props. So as of now, which component we are using? We are using function component. Okay, we are having function component. So in this function component, if you want to receive those props, then you have to pass one argument inside the function. Okay, you just have to receive those all the props inside the function argument. So it is the inbuilt functionality that whenever you are displaying that component, you can pass any number of props. It may be one prop, it can be two props, it can be your four props. Okay, so we can have any number of props for a single React component. Okay, so it is the internal functionality that whatever be the number of props passed inside the component should be received inside the argument. Okay, this is the internal functionality which you have to work with. So these all the props which are a heading and the text will be received by this function argument. So let me write one point. While displaying the component as tag, okay, so while displaying the component as tag, we will pass the value of props or attributes. Okay, and inside the component definition and inside the component function definition, we have to receive them in argument. Okay, so these all the props which are being passed when we are displaying them, like heading or text, we are passing them while displaying them. Okay, so these all the props, we are having two props, heading and the text. So these props are being received by this function component as an argument. So inside this argument, I am having one argument declared, that is obj. So this means these all the props, heading and text, will be assigned into the function argument whose name is obj. So this obj will become a JSON object with these key value pair. Okay, so your React.js is internally initializing a JSON object in which there are two key value pair. One key is heading with value welcome, and one key will be there which is text, and the value will be this is dummy para. So this means React.js will internally initialize an object for the props. So React.js will create an object for the props. So in our example, we have passed the two props. One is heading and one is the text. So an object like this will be created with the key heading, and the value will be welcome, and one key is going to be text, and the value will be like this is dummy para, and this object will be assigned into the component argument. Okay, and this object will be assigned into which thing? Into the argument which we have taken inside the function, which is obj. So this obj is containing such kind of object with key heading and with key text. Okay, and you can give a readable name to this argument. So I would like to give a readable name like props. Okay, so I have given a readable name that is props. So this means this my component is having two props. One is heading and one is the text. So these two things will become a JSON object in which we are having two key value pair, one key value pair heading welcome and one key value pair text, and this is dummy para. So this object will be assigned, into the props argument. Okay, you can give any name to this argument, but for the sake of readability, I have given the name as props. So this means the props variable is an object. Okay, this props variable is an object. Okay, so that contains the key value pairs, okay, that contain key value pairs of the props. Okay, so how many props we have passed? Two, heading and text. So this kind of object will be there inside your props variable, props argument. So this kind of variable, so this kind of object. So this kind of object will be there in props variable. So if we want to get the value of heading, okay, if we want to get the value of heading from this props, what we can do? Just try to answer.
Key, we need to pass key.
So what thing we need to write? Only the heading or props dot heading?
Props dot heading.
Props dot heading we need to pass. And see, in HTML, this H1 is an HTML element. Here we need to write some JavaScript data. So in HTML, if you want to write some JavaScript data, then you have to open curly braces. Okay, just open the curly braces and you can write some JavaScript code in between your HTML directly. So this props will become an object. So on this object, we will access the key, which is props dot heading. And again for this paragraph, we will write props dot text. Okay, so props dot heading will display this heading value, and this props dot text will display the text value. Okay, so this props dot text will display this is dummy para. So now let's see what change we are having. So you can see we are having my component which is being displayed two times. One time the heading is becoming welcome and paragraph is this is dummy para. And again we are displaying my component. Okay, we are displaying my component two times, and at the second time we are having heading as by and the text as this is second para. So this is the prop concept for you. Okay, so using prop you can pass some different data to a component. Okay, so if you are making a reusable component and there is a case where for every scenario you need to display some different value, but the layout is going to be the same. Okay, layout is going to be the same, but only the values are changing. So in that case, go with the concept of props. Okay, so this is the concept of prop, but there is one important thing. One more important thing is there that we can't change the value of prop inside the component. This means who is receiving the props? My component is receiving the prop. So you can't change the value of props so that the props dot heading equal to some other value or props dot text equal to some other value. No, you can't change the value. Once the props has been received, you just you can only use this value. Okay, you can't change the value of the props. This is the very important concept related to the props. So we simply can't change the value of the props. Okay, we can't change the value of the props in any component.
In any component or my component function?
In any component, we can't change the value of props in any component, whether it can be your it may be your function component or class component. You can't change the props value. Okay, so all of you understood this concept of props?
Last point.
Yes, we can't change the value of props. This means this doesn't mean that when you are displaying any component, we can erase this and we can put a new value. It is not like that. Okay, we can change its value when you are displaying them because we are erasing the value. But when this component is receiving the prop, okay, you can't change that value inside the component definition. That is what I'm trying to say. Okay, that inside my component you can't run a logic that is going to manipulate this props argument. That's why I'm saying that we can't change the value of prop. Is it clear?
Sir, please
Yes.
explain that line number 8 and 9.
In H1, I want to display the value of heading. So from where we are getting the value of heading?
My component heading. No, in app.js.
Yes, we are getting heading value from this. So heading and text will be assigned to which thing?
H1, line number 8.
Props.
Will be
Props.
assigned to which variable?
Props.
Inside the prop. So prop will become a single string variable or it will become an object?
Object. No?
Yes, it will become an object with a key heading. So in H1, I want to display some data. So for that purpose, we need to write some JavaScript code. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So if you are not writing curly braces, if you're directly putting this like props dot heading, then just see what will happen. See, props dot heading, it has directly printed this. But I want to consider it to be a JavaScript logic. So for that purpose, I have opened the curly braces and I have opened the curly brace. So now this time it is going to print the heading as hello and below heading as bye.
Sir, instead of that, a curly bracket, can we use that script tag there?
Yes, you can definitely use that, but you have to then you have to manipulate the DOM. Then just give this h1 id and then document dot get element by id dot inner html equal to props dot heading. If you want such kind of thing, then definitely you can go with it. But we are avoiding that thing. That's why we are into the React.js. If you are manipulating DOM by yourself, then why you are using React.js? Then just go with your own HTML files.
Okay.
So is it clear to all of
Sir,
you? Yes.
Sir, but in navigation bar, there my component tag means there should be a sequence same as my component.js in navigation bar.
What
मैं
kind
ये
of
बोल रहा था कि ये जो हेडिंग है वेलकम का और बाद में जो हेडिंग है बाय का, तो वो सेम इधर मैच होना चाहिए ना, मतलब अभी इधर H1 लिखा है और बाद में पैराग्राफ का P लिखा है, तो वही सीक्वेंस उधर रहना चाहिए ना?
नहीं 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 नहीं, it is not like that. You can pass this attribute in any sequence you want. It's not like that.
But that heading and text is just like a variable, na, sir?
Yes, just like variable. These are just like attribute.
It doesn't matter like you are writing that heading and
Yes, what?
instead of heading and that head and paragraph, we are giving any tag.
Yes, you can use any tag.
So we can give any name to that heading and text.
Yes, you can give any name to any attribute or any prop. I have written that point, like we can give any name to the prop or attribute for the custom component. Okay, is it clear?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, so we simply can't change the value of the prop because we are not having any mechanism using which you can manipulate the value of these props. So these props are just meant to read their value or to display their value and use for any purpose you want. You just simply can't change the value of the prop. That is again very important point related to the components. We can't change the value of props. But suppose if I am rewriting the value, okay, if suppose I am rewriting the heading, like instead of by, I'm writing the hi. So you are saying that yes, we are changing the prop. No, we are not changing the prop. Okay, we are just reassigning the value where we are displaying that prop. But if someone is going to manipulate the props variable inside the component, we can't change that value. Okay, so changing means this: by writing our own logic inside the component, we can't change the value of prop. So we just have to read the value of prop and use as it is. Okay, so is last point clear to all of you? We can't change the value.
Yes, sir.
And sir,
No, sir.
Yes.
Always we have to take that values, that attributes in a object only.
Yes, this is an internal mechanism that you have to pass these attributes like this, and they will be automatically being converted into the object and being assigned into the argument. This is the internal mechanism. This always any prop will become an object. Okay. So now we have implemented this my component as a function component. So now let's explore that how we are going to create a class component. So if you are going to create a class component or any component, so you have to create a file. So let's say I'm going to create a file, and I would like to name that component as a sample component. As of now, we are just understanding the working inside a React application. Then once when we are familiar with these all the concepts, then we will build a usable application also. Okay, so let me do one thing. Instead of writing the name as sample, I'm writing one component that is contact details .js. Okay, I want this component to just display the contact details, but I want this component as a class component. So instead of writing a function, we will create a class. For any class component, we have to create a class. And as we have exported that function, so from a class component, which thing we need to export?
Class.
Yes, we have to export the class. So just create a class, and we have to give the name of this class, which is same as our file name. So class contact details. Okay, so class contact details, and we just have to export this class so that we can display this component as a tag wherever we want to display. Okay, so this is our contact details class component, but where we need to write the HTML code. So if you want to write the HTML code inside the contact details, then you have to define one function, or not specifically define, we have to override one function. We have to override one function whose name is render. But if I am discussing about overriding, then what is necessary? If I'm saying that we have to override a function, then what is necessary?
parent
The function is already
Declaration should be as
importing
it is.
parent.
Back function.
Declaration of
Inheritance.
Yes,
yes,
Yes, yes,
yes.
yes. Parent child
If
relationship.
you want to override any function, you need inheritance. Without
User
inheritance,
relationship.
is overriding possible?
No, sir.
No.
No, right? So you have to inherit a class, okay, and that class is going to make your class as a class component, okay. So in order to make inheritance, we have to use this extends keyword, and after the extends, you need to write the name of that class which we have to inherit. So in order to make this contact details class as a component class, we need to inherit a class whose name is component. Okay. So you have to inherit this component class. This is the way in which we can create a class component. So if you are creating a class component, then you must have to inherit this component class, which is already defined in the React. So I have imported this component class from this React package. Okay. So this is how your component class will look like. So contact details extends component, and we have to override a function which is being present inside the component class, and the name of function is the render, and this render function is going to contain your entire HTML code that you want to render on the browser. So that's why the name is given as render. So render means to give something, okay, to provide something. So if you want to give a UI to this component, then you have to place all your HTML code inside the render function. Okay. So this function will contain the entire HTML code, okay, entire user interface related code. So this function will contain your entire HTML code. Okay, so now we have to do the same thing, just write a return keyword and open one parenthesis, and in between the parenthesis, we have to create our own user interface, our own HTML code. So that is how your contact details or a class component look like. So you have to create a class, you have to extend component class, and you have to override this render. What is the importance of this render? So this render function only is responsible to display the data of class component. Okay. So if we want to display some data on the class component, then render function will be your choice. Okay. So let me write a point. For any class component, render function is responsible to display the data. Okay, so that's the importance of this render function. Render means we have to render the UI, we have to display or we have to provide the UI. So now I am creating one division, and inside that division I'm writing one h3 element, and that h3 is containing some contact details like heading like phone number, and just after it I will create okay, so just after this h3 I will create one paragraph element, and this paragraph is going to contain the phone number value. Okay, and again I will have one h3 element, and inside h3 I will have this email component, and this paragraph will contain email value abc@mail.com. Now again let's have one h3 element, and I'm writing like address, and again we will have one paragraph, and that paragraph will contain address value like 123 xyz pqr state. Okay, this kind of address we are having. Okay, so we are having this component which is rendering the UI. So this is the code for your class component. So you have to create a class, extend the component class, and inside the render function you have to return your whole HTML code. Now you can display this contact details component or a class component directly as we are displaying the my component. Like below my component, I want to display that contact details. So we have to first of all import the contact details. So you can see we are having the suggestion like this. Okay, so we have imported the contact details from / contact details. And you can also close this tag in this way, but you can also write one closing tag also. So contact details will be displayed like this. So now on your app.js, so we are having one component as navbar. Yeah. We are having one component as the navbar component. Just below it, we are having my component, which is hello, and this is dummy para. And this is hi, this is second para is also my component, and this phone, email, address, things are belonging to contact details component. Okay. So is it clear to all of you?
Sir, that without calling that render function, how it will get called?
No, you have to override this render function. If you are not having this render function, then nothing will be displayed for this component.
No, we are just here we are not
But
calling
sir,
here.
it
No?
is
Oh, you are asking about the function call, right? We are not
Yes.
calling this render function. Okay. Since we are defining this function component, we haven't called this function yet. My component. Have we called this function? No. It is the React functionality. It is already being defined inside the React.js that whenever you are having a class component, your React.js will initialize its object. Okay, and it will call this render function onto that same object. You don't need to call this function by yourself. Okay, this render will be called automatically whenever your component goes to display onto the browser.
That means object also created automatically and
Yes.
calling also
Yes.
automatically.
Internally, React.js is handling all the things. Okay. Okay, so let's have a break then, and let's meet at 12:20. Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
please can you give me your 5 minutes because now my Node1 app ना crash हुआ है VS Code
Okay.
में.
Share your screen.
Okay, sir.
See in line number 3, why you have passed request and response like this?
Sir.
Just remove them. Express should be empty. In line number 3, inside the argument only. Yes. Remove these parentheses also. Yeah. Yes.
No, sir. Terminal, new terminal. Sir, command, I forgot that command.
Nodemon
And
ind.js.
I have to run it on command prompt.
See, there is an error which is about execution policies. Okay.
No, sir. Wait. Command prompt. Sir, after that, I'm getting this error. Node1 app crash, waiting for file changes.
Just read the address above. Just read error above. Just scroll it further.
So scroll up or
Yes, scroll up, scroll up.
okay.
Yeah, it is saying that address already in use. Okay, so this may happen to your application that you were running it previously and
Hmm.
you forgot to close that and you have again started this application. So that's why this port number is being already taken, 5400. So in order to do overcome this, just change your port number
I,
and always close your application before starting another one.
okay. So I can give any port number, na
Yes,
sir?
any port number, let's say 7000 or any, yeah, it is okay.
So new terminal.
No, first of all, just stop this and again, now see this time your application is running fine.
Okay.
Okay. And when you open a new terminal, your previous application is running. And again, when you pass this command nodemon, so it will again try to start your code port number 54500 and that port number is already taken.
Okay. So
Yeah,
how to
that's why you are
stop?
having. Yeah.
Stop कैसे करते हैं sir?
Control C.
Okay.
Yeah.
अभी रन करके देखो.
Hmm.
Root.js. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. So as of now, we have just seen that how to create a class component. So what is the idea behind the class component is that you just have to create a class, and you just have to extend one class, that is component, and you have to override one function whose name is render. So this is the most important function for any class component, which is going to render the user interface onto the browser. But one most important question is why we should go with the class component. If your task is to achieve the object oriented methodology, okay, if you want to go in a object oriented manner, if you want to use object oriented features like data hiding, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism, abstraction, so in that case you can go with the class component. But if that is not your requirement, then you can definitely go with the function component only. So initially, when React.js was publicly released, the only way to create a component was this class component. Yes, Hemal?
Sir, means component is parent of all.
Exactly. This component class is parent class.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So if you want to go in an object-oriented manner, then class component will be for you. But initially, when React.js has been introduced for normal public, then there is only one option to create any component. That is a class component. So initially, we will create only class component. Okay, but some people have noticed that uh, there is no such major requirement of the object oriented approach in building the UI for any application. So the React.js people has come up with a new concept of function component so that your code will become lightweight, and they can be rendered fast as compared to your class component, because whenever you are creating a class, you are using inheritance, and this is going to take some time. And again, to display this component, this React has to create an object, and onto that object this render function will be called. Okay, so definitely it is going to take some time. So they are familiar with this kind of issue, that every developer is not going to use the object oriented manner. Okay, so they have introduced the concept of function component at the new version of the React.js. But initially there was only a single option to create a component, that is a class component only. But later on, the React.js people has come up with a new idea of function component. So which component will execute faster? Obviously the function component. Okay, because there is no such requirement of inheritance. We are just having this return, and it will directly return your user interface. But what can be the possible drawback of function component? So you just simply cannot use the object oriented features into your component. Okay, like data hiding, or let's say polymorphism or abstraction kind of concept, you can't use them for the function component. Now it's totally upon you. If you want to go with function component, definitely you can go, and if you want to use class component, then definitely you can also go with the class component. Okay, so these are the some basic differences between class and the function component. So let me write some point for the class and function component. So if you are having class component, then this means what? We will have a class, there will be a class to represent a component. Okay, there will be a class to represent a component. And if we are talking about function component, then this means there will be a function, there will be a function to represent a component. Okay, so this is the thing which we have to explore. Okay, but in a class component, we can make use of object-oriented programming. Okay, so in class component, we can make use of the object-oriented features. Okay, we can make use of object-oriented features, but in function component, we can't use the object-oriented features. So in function component, we can't use the object oriented features. Okay, so this is the main difference between class component and the function component. Okay, so one more difference is there. There is some drawback related to this class component. That's why function component has been introduced. Okay, so one thing which you have to remember about this class component is that they are going to take more time to get loaded into the browser. Okay, they will take a lot time to take a load into the browser memory, because a class, because I'm writing one reason, that because a class needs to be instantiated, instantiated means the class, there must be an object of that class that should be created. Okay, there because the class needs to be instantiated on, and on that object render function will be called. Okay, there is some performance issue with the class component. Okay, but if you want to make any component work a little bit faster as compared to function component, as compared to class component, then we will use this function component concept. Okay, so they take less time to execute. Okay, this means you can improve performance little bit with the help of function component, and we can see this function component will have a lightweight code. Okay, there is going to be lightweight code, and this class component will have a slightly larger amount of code due to some inheritance, and again we have to define some functions. So due to that thing, this class component will take a bit more time as compared to function component. So function component will have a lightweight code, they take less time to execute. So in any scenario, it is always the function component which is going to be considered when performance is there. Okay, when you want to increase the performance of any React application, then definitely our approach is to go with the function component. But yes, when your design is becoming more complex, if you are having more complex user interface, then some people might find it very difficult to implement with function component, and rather than they would like to go with the object oriented approach. Okay, so we are having these two kind of approaches. You can go with function component, or else you can go with the class component. But yes, you can see function component uh, at more extent as compared to this class component. Okay, you will get to see this function component a lot more as compared to the class. Okay, there was a time when React.js was initially introduced, so there is only a concept of class component. So if no one is going to use the object oriented feature, if someone is not in need of object oriented, then also they have to go with the class component also. Okay, because there is no option left for them. But if someone is not willing to go with object oriented, then we must give a flexibility to them so that their code will become lightweight. Okay, it will take less time to execute than simply go with the function component concept. Okay. Now it is totally depend on your organization for which you are developing the application. Okay, there may be a case where they are using function component or they are using class component. You have to work with both of them. Okay, just don't think that always we have to go with function component or always we have to go with class component. You have to know the things about both of the components, because at some time you will be dealing with class components and at some time you will be dealing with function component. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to understand in order to make use of class and the function component. So the function component is very simple. You just have to create a function and inside that function just to return your UI. For any class component, you have to create a class, you have to use inheritance, and inside that class, you have to override the render function. That is the thing which we have implemented in this contact details component. Now, we have seen that we can pass some props. We can pass some props inside any component, whether it is your function component or it may be your class component. So, but as of now, we are passing these props, which is text and heading, into a function component. And how we are receiving these props? We are just declaring one argument inside the function. But what if we want to get, but what if we want to get the props inside a class component? So when we are displaying a class component in app.js, you can simply pass the arguments or you can simply pass the prop like this. If you are passing argument inside the function component, that is the same way in which you have to pass the prop in class component also. Like I'm passing one value of the phone number, like phone is equal to this, and let's say email is going to be this. So if we want to pass the props, then this is the same way, okay, in which we have passed inside a function component. The way of passing the value of components or the value of props is going to be the same for any function or for any class component. Let's say abc@mail.com. Okay, so these are the two props which I have passed inside the contact details. Now, this contact details is a class component. Okay, this contact details is a class component. So we have to receive these props inside this contact details class component. How we can get these properties? So if we want to get the value of props, so again, you will have an object. Okay. Again, you will have an object in which there are going to be these key value pair. So in this object, you will have these key value pair. One key will be phone with value 888 and one key will be the email with value abc@mail.com. But how we are going to receive these props inside a class component? So inside a class component, you will get a class level property. Okay. You will get a class level property with the name props. Okay. So this props property is already being there inside a class component. Okay. Just recall the concept of JavaScript, what we have seen in object oriented, like we can create a class, like I have created a student class in JavaScript. And if I'm having a class level property as, for example, ID and a class level property like name. So in constructor, we are defining those properties like this dot ID is equal to some value. And then again, this dot name is equal to some value. So ID and name are simply class level properties. And inside this class, if we want to use the name property, then you have to write this dot name. And if you want to use ID, then you have to write this dot ID. So in this same way, your class component is going to maintain class level property that is known as props. So how we are going to use that property? Using this dot props. So this dot props is going to receive your all the props which are being passed for this class component. So instead of displaying this hard coded value, I would like to display the value of the prop. So this props is not going to become some argument. So inside a class component, props are being assigned into the class level property. And to access the class level property, we must have a this keyword. So I would like to write the phone number value from the prop value. And to write any JavaScript code, I have written these curly braces. And inside these curly braces, I would like to write this dot props. You can see when I have written this dot, and it is giving suggestion of props, because this props is a class level property which we are getting. And you can see this property is read only. Read only means what? We can't change the value of props. And this props is again an object with a key, phone and email. So we need to get this dot props dot phone. And again for the email value, just erase this hard coded thing and just put one curly braces and write this dot props dot email. So if we talk about function component, so in function component, props will be received inside the argument. And if we are working with class component, then props will be assigned to a class level member and whose name is already defined, that is props. So this dot props will become an object, and that object will contain these key value pairs, which is phone and email. So I have taken out the value of key phone and I have taken out the value of key email. So like this dot props dot email and this dot props dot phone. Now again, let's open this page and you can see this time this contact component is having details like phone number, which is taken from the prop, and email, which is again taken from the prop. Let me again define one more contact details component. I want to display this component once more. So I have displayed this contact details and we need to pass a different phone number value like this and different email value like equal to this. Let's say demo@mail.com. So this phone number and email again will be considered as props, and these props will be assigned into the this dot props property. So this dot props is again what? If we are accessing any property on this object, then this means what? This is a class level property, this dot props. So these props are being received by this dot props property, and dot phone and dot email will take out the values. Now let's refresh it and scroll it below. So you can see this time phone number is this 999 and email ID is this demo@mail.com. Okay. So if there are some props in function component, we have to receive them in argument. If there are some prop inside a class component, we have to receive them with the help of this dot props. So this dot prop is becoming a class level property.
Hello,
So
sir.
must write a point. Yes.
Sir, can you please show that code, that render code?
Yeah.
So in this class, we have the render method and we are accessing this dot prop JSON object in this render method, but we are not passing any argument to that render method. We are directly accessing.
So that's why I have written this. What I'm telling you, this dot props means class level property. Argument will be local. So local variables are accessible on this.
Okay.
If you are accessing some property on this object, then it means what? A local variable or a class level variable?
Class level.
Yes. So we haven't
Sir.
taken any argument. Yes.
Sir, if we declare any data member in that fourth number, then that arguments is come to that the data member, right? That this dot some XYZ dot 4.
Yes, yes. If suppose you are writing one constructor, and inside
No,
constructor,
not a constructor, sir. Just a data member, right? ABC.
then it will become like your static property for your class. In JavaScript, if you want to give any property to your object, then you must go with constructor. Okay, this is not like Java, like you are creating a class and directly you are creating variables. It will not act like that. Okay, there is no compiler concept. So that's why you have to create a constructor, and inside constructor just initialize any property like this dot name is equal to, let's say I have assigned the Naman, and if I want to use this name property inside the render, then what we have to do?
Dot name.
No, we need to pass.
This dot name.
But we need to pass argument to render method, no?
Why?
To access any variable in the method.
Have you studied, have you implemented object oriented in JavaScript?
Yes.
So then why we need to pass the argument in render? If you are having a class, let's say the student class you are having, the student class is having these two properties, this dot id and this dot name. And suppose you are having one function inside the student class, like show function, and I want to display the data of student. Now what will I have to do? Do I need to take some argument inside the show?
No. We
No,
cannot.
no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes,
We
got
can directly console log a value like this dot id or this dot name.
Yes.
So in that same way, I have taken all the props. I have passed all the props like the usual way in which we are passing in the function component. It is the same way, but to receive these props, we don't need to pass, we don't need to take any argument in the render, because again I have said that we have to receive those props from a class level property. So this I'm accessing this dot, this means what?
Yes, class level.
Yes, that's why I have applied this keyword. But if I was directly writing props dot phone, this means what? Props will be a local variable then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this
Prop is
dot prop
predefined
dot.
in component, right?
Yes, what?
Prop is predefined in component.
Yes,
Component.
exactly. This props property is predefined. Okay, we don't need to declare it by ourselves.
Sir, we can make any variable as an object. Here we are props is object, and that function component that also obj, that also object. How can we make that variable is the object?
In JavaScript, you just cannot determine that by looking at the variable, like what type it is having. So whenever you hover on this variable, you can see the type is any. Okay, you just can't say by looking at the variable that what will be its value.
No, sir. If I write obj here at the place of the
if you are writing
prop,
the obj, then you have to write
then this,
obj dot heading, obj dot
then
text.
that obj become the object now, right?
Yes, this obj will become object now. Why it is becoming an object? Because we have given name like obj.
No, it's assigning
It is the internal working of React.js that whatever be the argument passed inside the function, it will become an object that is containing some props. And to maintain the readability, I have given name like props.
Yes.
Okay. But if you want to make sure that this prop will become an object, you can see the type of this object. You can go with TypeScript. Just develop your React application using TypeScript. Okay, there you can see this props should be having a type as object. Okay, so this is how we can pass some props inside a class component. So let me write a point. For function component, props will be assigned to the argument. Okay. For function component, props will be assigned to the argument of which function? Arguments of which function?
Custom function.
Yes, arguments of that component function. So for any class component, props will be assigned to a class level property, Okay, so for any class component, the prop will be assigned to the class level property, and that class level property is going to be this dot props. So for function component, prop will be assigned to the argument, and that argument will become a local variable. Okay, so that argument will become a local variable for that function. So you can access it directly. Okay, but if there is a class component which is having some props, then you have to receive it by using this dot props. Is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's have one more component. Now let's do one thing. Let's convert this my component into the class component. As of now, this my component is what? A function component. Now I want to convert this into a class component. Then what we have to do?
Inheritance.
Yes. First of all, we have to create a class with name my component, and we have to inherit the component class. And let me show you with the practical implementation. Okay, so I have just commented this function component, and now I'm creating one class with name my component. And again, this my component will extends which class?
Component class.
Component.
Exactly. This component class need to be imported from the component from the React package. So import component from React. Now which function we need to define?
Render.
Yes.
Render.
Actually, we have to
Override.
define or we have to override?
Override.
Override.
You have to override the render. Now inside render, just write return parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, we can write our own HTML. Like we have to create a div. Inside div, we have to create one h1 element, and we have to create one paragraph element. Then how we are going to get the value of props?
This
Exactly.
Start prop.
So just put curly braces, and we have to write this dot props, because props will be a class level property. So this dot props dot heading, and for this paragraph we have to write this dot props dot text, and we need to export this class. So export class my component. This is it. Okay, do we need to change anything in app.js?
No.
No, we don't need to change anything. Okay, so this is a clear difference between a class component and a function component. So in function component, props are being received in the argument, and in the class component, they are being received with the help of a class level property, that is this dot props. Now let's assign, so now let's save this. Let's have a look at the output. So you can see output is again the same. Okay, there is no such difference in the output. So you have to be familiar with the concept of class component as well as the concept of function component. Okay, so as of now, we have studied that how to create a component, whether it is a function or a class component, and how we can pass the props inside a function and inside a class component. Okay. Yes, Hemal?
Sir, to send multiple data, what we have to do?
Multiple data means what?
Or an email.
Yes, in that case, you can do one thing. You can also pass an array because these props are going to be assigned in what? These props are going to be assigned in JSON object, and that JSON object can contain your array or can contain your nested object also. So instead of assigning this single value, okay, instead of assigning this single value, if you want to assign an array, so what you have to do? You just have to write curly braces because array will be initialized with the help of JavaScript code. So just write name of your prop is equal to curly braces, and inside curly braces just put an array, and inside an array I'm passing the multiple phone number value. Now again for this also, phone will be equal to curly braces. Inside curly braces, just pass multiple phone numbers as much as you want. So now this phone is containing not a string value. This phone is containing what? String array. Okay, this is a string array, and this string array will be received by this dot props dot phone. So this dot props dot phone will become a string array.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Can you go to the app.js?
Yes.
Okay, in there we have an email, and if there wouldn't any email, then what will happen to my
Yeah, the
component
value
for
become null.
Okay.
If I'm not passing the email value, then just see what will happen. It is not necessary that you have to pass all the props. If you are not passing the email, then it will become null and it will not print that value.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. We are passing here in curly brackets. It will taken at like a JSON.
No, not JSON. Inside HTML, we are putting our JavaScript code.
Array of strings.
Yes, array of string. So this curly brace is representing one JavaScript block of code, like we are doing in contact details. Like you can see why I'm putting this curly braces for a JSON object. No, it was just a React.js syntax. If you want to mix up JavaScript with your HTML, then write curly braces, and inside curly braces put your JavaScript code. So array belongs to HTML or JavaScript?
JavaScript.
JavaScript. So in between our HTML, we have to put one curly braces and just pass your array.
Yes.
Okay. So now let's do one thing. Let's create a new application. We are going to create a new project, and in that project, we will create a dummy school website. And that school website is going to contain one navigation bar, one component that is home, one component that is about, and one is the contact. Okay, and we are going to develop that application as single page application. Okay, so let's have a look at that. So into this same directory, which is 28 October, I'm going to create a new project for this React.js. So we have to write npx then create React app. Then just after it, mention the name of your project. Let's say I'm naming this as School Web. So it will create a project with name School Web. So let's say if you are having few components like home, about, and contact. So we will have three components, and do you think we will display these components sequentially one by one in app.js?
What's
Yes,
that?
I'm asking that if you are having three components for a school website, like one is your home component, one is about component, one is contact component. Okay. So do we need to display all these components sequentially one by one in app.js?
No, sir.
Oh,
Give
sir.
the
No, sir.
No.
nav
Yes. So how we are supposed to display them?
Creating a different functions.
Using
File nav.
CSS, using CSS.
Yes, using navigation bar. So that navigation bar will contain links to visit home, to visit about, and to visit the contact. Now, when user click on contact, what will happen? What should happen?
component will be open.
Yes. So one component should be displayed, that is contact. And when user is clicking the about, the now what will happen to the contact component when user is clicking the about link?
It will hide.
Yes, it should be removed from the page, and one component should take place, that is about. Okay, so are you getting my point that what actually we are trying to achieve?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so as of now, we are displaying all the contents in all the components in one go. That is inside app.js, we are displaying contact details, my component, and the nav bar. But as of now, we have to display all the components based on the URL. Okay, so whenever user is going to click a link on the navigation bar, we have to load that specific component by removing the previous one. So now let's open this project. I'm opening the folder and let's open the school web. Okay, so where we are supposed to create our components?
SRC.
Yes, in SRC. So in SRC, we are not going to put our components directly, okay? Because our components will mix up with these all the files and it will be more difficult for us to maintain them. So in order to create our own components, we will create our own folder and I'm naming that folder as components. Okay. So inside this folder only, we will have our own components. Like one component that we need is the navbar.js. And one more component we need is, for example, one is going to be the home.html. No, sorry, not HTML. We have to rename it to JS. Home.js. And again, inside this components folder, we will create one component that is about.js. And one more component is left, that is contact.js. Okay. So now, if we are displaying any component, we have to use one concept, that is routing, because as of now, we are not supposed to display all the things into a single component. Okay, so based on a URL, okay, so based on URL, we have to load components. Like for example, let me open this Pinterest. Okay, so see, if you are viewing this kind of content, then see the URL. We are having URL as 48702214. This is the ID which we are seeing on the URL. Now let's say if I'm opening a different thing, like for example, if I'm opening this, now what happened?
ID change.
Yes, URL has been updated, and based on the URL, we are having a new content. Now again, I'm visiting a new link, right? So we are having such kind of content displayed over there, and again, I am clicking on this link. What happened? URL changed? Yes or no?
Yes.
So now based on URL, a new content has been displayed. Again, go back and let's click this. So again, based on the URL, we are having the new content. Now again, just click this. So now again, based on the URL, we are having a new content. So this concept is being known as routing. So routing means based on URL, we have to load a new component. So user is going to interact with the navigation bar, and on that navigation bar, we will put some URLs, and upon any URL, we have to load a desired component. Okay, so let's first of all have this navbar component. So which type of component you want me to create, function or class?
Function.
Function.
Okay,
Function.
let's create a function component. So function, and let's name this function as navbar. And we also need to export this function. So export function navbar and just put a return and parenthesis. Now from inside this, let's create a div, and this div is going to contain one UL element, and there is going to be one li, and inside that li we must have an anchor tag, and this first anchor tag is displaying one link for the home page. And I would like this base URL to load this home page. Okay, and base URL will look like this. This means after slash we will have nothing. So on the base URL, so base URL will be what? The base URL for our React application will
Navigation.
be up to this 3000. Okay, so will be up to this 3000. So if we are requesting the base URL, then we have to respond with the home component. But I have not implemented such concept as of now. I'm just writing this navigation bar. Okay, so I want this home page to be displayed when a base URL is requested. So all of you understood this?
Yes.
Okay. Now again, for a second li, I'm creating one more href, and for opening the about us page, I would like a URL like about hyphen us, and let's put a message or a text that is about us. So if user want to go to this about page, then about component, so user will click on to this link, and on the browser we will have this link, and we have to open the about.js. And I haven't written the code to open the component. So this time I am just defining the URLs. So now href for opening the contact details would be like slash contact, and let's display one text which is contact. Okay, so now we are done with the defining the navigation bar, and we have to define this navigation bar. Okay, we have to display this navigation bar inside app.js. So as of now, just remove all the things from the app component. So I have removed everything from this app component, and you can also remove this logo or app.css. We don't need this. So first of all, inside this app component, let's create a div, or you can also have one empty code fragment. Okay, in order to contain multiple parent elements together. Okay, so now inside this, we need to display the navigation bar, and that navbar has to be imported from this location, which is dot slash components slash navbar. Now let's run this application. So if we want to run this application, which command we need to write? Yes, which command we have to write?
Start.
Yes, npm start.
Start.
Why it is taking so much time? Because all the things are compiling, all the functions call and all the statements are being compiled by your React.js. Okay, so this time we are having this navigation bar displayed on our screens. So now let's create the layout for the home, about, and contact. And again for this home component, I'm creating one function, and the name of function should be home. And we have to return the entire user interface from this. And let's have an empty code fragment. And inside this code fragment, I would like to create one H1, and that H1 will display, let's say, welcome to our school. Okay, and we must have a dummy paragraph. So let me open any school website like this, and let's copy the content. Just copy this and paste this into your paragraph. Okay, so this is our paragraph component which we have implemented. Okay, so now let's define this about page. So again, export function and name of function will be the about. As of now, I'm not having any props, so I haven't passed any argument. So return, and this about page will contain few sections. Like first of all, I want to display the mission. Okay, I want to display these kind of things. So in order to display them, I'm creating one H1 element, and inside that element, I'm writing our mission. And after this, I want to create one UL, and inside that UL, I will create one li in which I would like to write some points. Like this will be our first point, and just after it, let me write another point also. Okay, it is just a random website which we are working on. Okay, now again for this third point, let's have a value. Okay, now after this, I'm displaying one paragraph, and inside this paragraph, I would like to display one value. Okay, let's copy this content and paste it over here. Yeah. So we are done with about and the home page. Now let's just go to the contact.js and define one more function. So export function, and this will be the contact, and we are no longer needed the props. So that's why I have not taken any argument. And from this, let's again have a empty code fragment. And inside this, we need to create uh, one H1 that is displaying a heading like contact details. And let's display some contact details like on H3, I'm displaying the phone number. And in paragraph, I'm writing one phone number like this value, and again +91. This is again a phone number. And one more H3 is there for email ID to display an email, and this display email like school@mail.com. And we need one H3 element also to display an address. Okay, so to display an address, I am just putting one dummy address over there. Let me copy that address. Okay, so I'm copying this random address. Just copy it and paste it over here. Okay, so now we are done with writing all the components. So all of you understood what I have done till now.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
But how we are going to display all of these components? Is it like so that we have to display home component and just below the home we need to write the about component? Is it so?
No.
No, right? So we have to define the routing mechanism. What exactly is the meaning of routing? So on the navigation bar, whenever a user is going to hit any link, for example, if this is our web page, if a user is going to hit this about us, then you can see on the URL, we are having this about us text. Whenever user is clicking this contact link, then you can see we are having /contact. And now based on the URL, we have to load some component. Okay, this is the meaning of routing. So routing means what? So routing means based on the URL, we have to load components. Okay, so based on routing, we have to load components. So in order to make a routing for any React application, okay, we have to install a dependency. Okay, so in order to define routing, in React application, we need to install a dependency. What kind of dependency we need? So the name of that dependency is React router DOM. Okay, we need this dependency, and this dependency is not being already installed in our project, so we have to install this. Okay, so we need to install dependency, and the name of that dependency is React router DOM. So we have to install it by writing npm install then React router DOM. Okay, and we have to save it locally. Okay, we have to save it locally because we are going to use some components or some functions which are being provided by this React router DOM. So let's execute this command into our React application. So let's close this server by Control C and just paste this command. Let's write this command, which is npm install React router DOM and put -s. Okay, so we are done with the installing it. And what is the proof that this dependency has been installed or not? Just open your package.json. Okay, just open your package.json and you can see this React router DOM is being mentioned inside your package.json. Okay, now how we are going to make use of React router DOM? Yes, you can use not only navbar, you can use entire bootstrap. So I would like to give you a link that how we can use bootstrap. Just search it on Google like React Bootstrap. There is one library which is built on the top of Bootstrap in order to integrate it with React application. So normal approach is what? We are just manually linking the CSS and JavaScript and we are just applying the classes. That was a normal, usual approach of the Bootstrap. But this React Bootstrap is going to provide some already defined components. Like if we want to create alert, a normal usual approach is what? Write your div, inside div apply one class alert and alert primary. So instead of that, you are getting some components, like you will get an alert component, this kind of, okay, you will get one alert component. Okay, if you want this button, or if you want this card, so what is the normal approach of the bootstrap in HTML? We are creating div and we are applying some classes like like container, or card, or let's say card body, card text. So instead of that, you will get some components, like one component is there, card.img, card.body, card.title. Okay, so this is the approach of creating the bootstrap with React. If we are left with some time, then I will definitely going to integrate this. Okay, so if you want, you can definitely integrate it by yourself. So when you open this React bootstrap, you will get to see this kind of homepage. Just click on get started and you will see how to install this React bootstrap into your React application and how we are going to use this. Okay, so just explore it by yourself. You will implement it. Okay. Okay, so but as of now, we have to implement the routing concept using React Router DOM. So what components we need for React Router DOM? Okay, to in order to define the routing. So this dependency, so the above dependency is providing some components in order to define routing. Okay, in order to define routing. So what are these components? So one component is the browser router. One component is the routes, and one component will be the route. Okay, so these are the few components which we are going to use: browser router, routes, and the route. So these are the three important components which we are going to make use of. So what is browser router? So these people of React Router DOM has told us that please contain your entire application into this browser router component. Okay, so we have to contain the entire application into the browser router component. Okay, to work with the routing concept, okay, we have to put our entire application, we have to contain the entire application into the browser router component. This means this component is going to be a parent component of our entire application. So just import this browser router. So take suggestion from it, and you can see this browser router is a part of this React Router DOM. So I have imported this browser router. So basically browser router is just a component we are getting from React Router DOM. So just open your browser router and close it, and you are required to contain all the things, and you are required to contain all the components or all your application things inside browser router. So this time I'm putting my navigation bar, I'm containing my navigation bar into the browser router. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to follow. So in order to make this routing functional, work properly, we have to put our entire HTML code into the browser router. So just open browser router inside app.js and put all the things as a child element of browser router. So this means browser router is going to become a parent element of all the elements. So I must write a point that browser router must become a parent element of all the components. Okay, so this must become a parent element of all the components. Now in any application, how many URLs we can have? A single or multiple?
Multiple.
Yes. So in order to define all of those routes, okay, we have to contain those all the URLs, those all the routes inside this routes component. Okay, so if you are having multiple routes, multiple URLs, and on each URL you are displaying a component, this means you are having multiple URLs and multiple components. So you have to encapsulate them into a routes element. So this means this routes component will be a container for all the URLs. Okay, so you have to encapsulate all the routes inside this routes component. So after this navigation bar, after we are done with navigation bar, we have to create this component, that is routes, which we are getting from the React router DOM. Just write the name of this routes component and open this and close this. And now inside the routes tag, inside the routes component, we have to define the URL mapping. Still using browser router and using routes, we haven't defined the URL mapping. URL mapping means what? Onto which URL we have to open which component. Okay, we haven't specified that thing, and that thing will be contained by the route component. Okay, so route will practically contain the URL mapping. Okay, so this route element will contain URL mapping. This means if you want to map, if you are in a requirement to map a URL with some component, that on which URL we have to open which component, then this route component will do this job for us. Okay, will contain the URL mapping. This means route is responsible for opening a component based on a URL. So if you want to define something like that on this URL, open this component. So that thing will be contained by the route, and route should become a child of routes component. So in our own application, we are having three components. One is home, about, and contact. And so how many URLs will be having?
Three.
Three. So inside route, we need to create three route elements. Okay, and again this route will be given by React router DOM. So just create this first route, and in this same way, you have to create multiple route elements. So you can see your whole application is being contained inside the browser router. Your all the routes should become the child of routes element, and where you have to define that on which URL we have to open which component, that is inside the route element. Okay, so inside this route component, we have to mention the URL and a desired component that we want to open. So this route component is having a prop, that is the map, that is the path. Okay, and you have to mention the path. And if I want to pass the base URL, so base URL will look like only slash. Okay, this means after the port number there is nothing after the slash. Okay, so this means we are handling the base URL, and for this path, which component we have to open, so we have to specify that thing in the element prop. So in this element prop, just mention the name of prop, and that prop is again a JavaScript function. So we need to write curly braces, and inside the curly braces, just put the name of your component. Okay, so name of our component is what? Home. So just display this home component. So we have defined the routing. So whenever a request goes to this base URL, so this element will be opened. That is the home element. That is home component. Now again, what path we are having in navbar? We are having this slash about us. So we need to handle this path. So onto this path, if this is the path, Now we have to define that which element we have to open. So now we have to open which component?
About.
Yes, we have to open the about component. So just pass your about component for this about us URL. Now for this new path that is going to be /contact, we have to open a component that is the contact component. Okay, so this is the concept of routing we have to achieve. So in navbar we are just passing the URLs, like which URL we have to append on the browser. But inside the routing code in app.js, we are defining that whenever our browser is having a URL like /, please open the home component. And whenever URL comes like /about us, about component will be loaded. And for /contact, this contact component will be loaded. Okay. So all of you understood this mechanism?
All these three we have to import, no, sir. The browser, router, routes, and route.
Yes. We
So
have
we are
to import it.
okay, in navbar, but we are just passing them, like
Yes.
defining them. Yeah,
Yes.
define.
In navbar, we are just passing the URL, like
Can you-
what should be the URL on the browser.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I have told you earlier that when we are running this application, like I have closed that. Yeah. So when we are running that application, so we are having that navbar displayed, and when I'm clicking onto this about us, it is taking us to /about us. And when a user is going to click this contact link, then it is going to take a user to a URL that is /contact. And now onto that URL, which component we have to open? We have specified this in app.js.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, navbar on the base URL we have navbar, right?
Yes.
Then inside that navbar, how can we specify the /? This is also base URL.
Yes, this is base URL because before /, what should be the port number, what should be the IP address is being already known by your React application. We just have to specify that what thing is to be there after the /. If you want to map the base URL, then this means what? After / there is nothing. This is the base URL for you.
Okay. One thing also, sir, when we are starting this application, then we not need to open, explicitly on the web browser, right?
Yes,
It will,
yes. It will automatically open on your browser.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, on the base URL, directly home page will be open.
Yes, exactly. Because this app.js is containing that specification. Like if we are getting this base URL, just redirect user to the home page or the home component.
Then, sir, which URL will get this navbar component?
Navbar will be displayed onto every component because it is not under the route. This is displayed directly. So it will be displayed on every component.
Okay.
Yes.
So the home.js.
So this navbar will be displayed onto every page. That is how we have made this navbar reusable. Okay.
So that means, sir, if we want footer on every page, then we have to keep it in browser router.
Exactly. Just mention that footer only once after the routes.
and sir, if we created a file through npm, then we can't be able to create this another file via npx, the same file.
Which kind of file?
Any file, like a .js file.
.js file, we have to create it manually.
No. When I am creating the same file where that I created yesterday, so via npx I was creating that file, but it was like getting the error that can't be able to.
If you want to create a single file, then why you are using npx?
No, for the for importing all these things like node module, public src and all.
For this server or for this React project?
React project, for this new React project.
Yeah, there is no difference between npx create React app and installing create React app. There is no such difference between the folder structure. You have to follow the same directory.
Okay. So maybe the same. Okay, maybe the because the duplicacy of that file, it was
Yeah, exactly what happened wrong with your code. I can't say it right now without looking at your code.
Yes.
Okay. So now let's run this application. Npm start.
Loading components.
Yes, all the components are being loading and it is generating that HTML for us. Okay, now you can see by default it has displayed this home component. Why this home component is displayed first?
Base URL.
Because routing is in action and you can see on the base URL we are seeing this home component. Now again, when I'm clicking this about us, what will happen?
About the URL.
Yes, about page will appear. So you can see this about page is in front of us. Now when I'm clicking on this contact, so you can see we are on the contact page. Now go again to this home, we are at the home. But what we have seen in starting that React JS is to create single page application. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
So our browser should not reload whenever a new component should be opened. Now just look at the behavior. Just notice this reload symbol when I'm clicking on any link. What is happening?
Reloading.
Yes. Again, our application is taking a reload, but we have to stop this functionality. Is it a fault of React.js that it is reloading again and again?
No, our code, I think.
No.
Something.
This is not the fault of React. The main culprit is the anchor tag. This is the main culprit. Okay. So whenever you are writing a link inside the href, it's the default behavior of href to load a new page every time. React.js has nothing to do with it. Okay, this is your anchor tag, which is making your browser to reload every time. Okay, this is the drawback of anchor tag. So let me write a point here. So this is the anchor tag who is making browser, to take a reload, okay, to load a new component. So because this anchor tag will always request a new thing from your React application. So always it will take a reload. So are we going to use anchor tag then? Yes
No,
or
sir.
no? No. Obvious reason is no, because we don't want our page to take a reload. So, but how we can display a link onto the navigation bar? So, if we want to display the navigation bar, if you want to display a link onto the navigation bar, so you have to use one component that is the link component. Okay, and this link component is provided again by this React router doc. So instead of creating this anchor tag, we will use this link component. Okay, so it will display a link as similar to anchor tag, but its behavior will not similar to this anchor tag. So what is the default behavior of anchor? It will take a reload every time. Whatever be your application, it will take a reload. Okay. But if you are going to develop any React application, then we are in a need to develop a single page. So we don't need to reload a new page every time. We are not here to request a new page every time. Okay, we are just updating a part of a data. Okay, so for that thing, we are using this link component, which is being provided by this React Router DOM. So just put your text like home in between the link tag. And instead of writing the href, we will use one prop that is 2. Okay. And inside 2, just pass your URL to your home page. So this will be the base URL to open our home page. Now again, same thing will be there for the about us. Just remove the anchor tag and write this link component and write any text like about us and just mention your entire path inside the inside this two prop. So to about hyphen us. Now, if you are using this link component, then your browser is not going to take a reload. So now again, link, and in this link, let's display the text as contact, and on this too, just write your URL, which has to be appended on the browser. Okay. Now let's notice the change. So now again, this time we are having our application home, about us, and contact. I'm clicking on this about us. Have you noticed something?
It didn't reload.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Now again, I'm clicking on this contact. Now you can see only the new content has been loaded into the browser memory. Now and I'm going to click this home. Now you can see the home component has been loaded. Okay, so this is how your React router is going to work. Okay, is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Okay. Yes.
please go to that app.js.
Yeah.
सर इसमें आपने लाइन नंबर 13 पे राउट लिखा है, उसको इंपोर्ट कैसे किया?
I have taken suggestion. मैंने इसका सजेशन लिया था जब मैं राउट लिखने गया.
Okay, okay.
तो मैंने इसका सजेशन लिया. But if you want, you can also write it by manually using this import and write these all the things from React Router down.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, whatever content we have written inside this browser router will remain same on our page.
Yes, will remain as it is. This means
if we mention any footer inside that browser router,
Yes.
the footer will be remain same.
Yes, footer will remain as it is. Only the content between the
Routes.
navbar and the footer will be updated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please show the home.js? Okay, sir.
Okay, so we have seen lots of things in this React JS. So I'm not going further ahead. Okay, we will see a few more concepts in next session. Okay, so I will send you this project and this notes file so that you can have a better idea. Okay, so just have a practice, and then we will meet tomorrow with a new concept. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, all of you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good
Your
morning,
class
ma'am.
take your lunch break and come back quickly at 2:30. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Nothing has done very. We'll work on one by one. Okay, please join at 1:30 itself. I mean 2:30 itself. Okay,
2:30.
without any delay. Okay, yeah, 2:30. Okay, thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Bye. Bye, ma'am.